Hello, Moto.
Turning point as far as the U.S. presidential race is concerned, with Joe Biden withdrawing from the U.S. presidential race and Biden there endorsing Vice President Kamala Harris as the Democratic nominee. Kamala Harris, easier to beat, is how Donald Trump is reacting to this. Monsoon session of the Parliament begins today with the economic survey to be tabled today, and the budget will be presented tomorrow. All-party meet ahead of the budget session. Congress brings up the deputy speaker issue as in the key meet, and of course, it's the opposition set to raise the NEET issue and the Manipur issue in the Parliament. Controversial 14-hour work day proposal sparks a row. Karnataka government has proposed a 14-hour work day for the IT sector. Security ramped up in Nu of Haryana ahead of the Jal Abhishek Yatra. Violence marred by the same Yatra last year. Now, internet services have been snapped and the police are on high alert amid security concerns. Very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vadwa. Let's get your top story, and that's the turning point as far as the U.S. presidential election is concerned, with Joe Biden withdrawing from the election race. So Joe Biden has finally quit the presidential race, something that was being speculated for a while now, considering that he had gone on to say that if he had a health issue, that he would withdraw from the race. This is what he had just recently said, and just hours after he said that was when he had confirmed, and the reports had suggested that he had got COVID-19. Of course, right after that, he had gone on to say he's still in the running, he's still in the race. It is other people in the Democratic Party who had been asking him to step aside, to step down from the presidential race, included his former the President of the United States, Barack Obama. To remember, he was the vice president. Joe Biden was the vice president during the Barack Obama term, and it was Barack Obama who had also asked him to step aside, as did good friend George Clooney. So now it is Joe Biden who's gone on to put a message out saying, in the best interest of the party, I stand down. He's quit the presidential race amid party pressures. Now Biden is endorsing Vice President Kamala Harris as the Democratic nominee, while Donald Trump has gone on to react to this, saying that Kamala Harris is even easier to beat, is what Donald Trump is saying. Biden was not fit to run for president, and the world reacts to the United States president, who will continue to be the president until January of 2025, but it's just that he's not running for office as far as the elections, which will be held on the 5th of November, concerned. So it is Biden who's quit out of the election race. So we have Patsy joining us from the White House. She's the bureau chief of the Voice of America. Patsy, what does this really mean for the United States? How popular is Kamala Harris, and are there any other names in the running?
So right now, we don't know what this means for American politics. As you've mentioned, this is something that's very, very new. This came out in an announcement just before 2 p.m. this afternoon on Sunday, so just several hours ago. And we don't know yet who's going to be running or who's going to be putting their names in the ring. Most Democrats have now coalesced behind Kamala Harris. As you mentioned, Biden endorsed her, offered her full support to be the nominee. But here's the thing. The nomination process in the United States for both president and vice presidential candidates is not a one-man, one-vote kind of situation the way that it is in India, for example. Basically, the Democratic ticket gets officially nominated at the party's convention. And for the Democratic National Party convention, that's going to be held next month in Chicago. So basically, the 3,900 approximately number of delegates who have pledged their votes to Joe Biden because he won the primaries, these contests throughout the summer months, they will have to change their vote to somebody else. Now, there is a rule that says that that pledged vote can be changed, but it's not automatic that it's going to be changed to Kamala Harris, even though Biden's support and endorsement has, of course, political weight. At this point, there's no other names saying seriously that they're going to run, but we'll see in the next couple of days and weeks ahead. And as far as how Harris' favorability is amongst voters, we look at the latest AP polls, for example, it shows that Kamala Harris enjoys about 58% of support from Democrats, but only 30% of the American public. And in this recent poll that just came out right after the announcement of withdrawal from by Joe Biden, 79% of those polled, I don't exactly know how big the sample size is because obviously it's a very quick poll, 79% of people endorse or support Joe Biden's decision to withdraw. And 36% say that it's going to make it harder for Trump to win. And 23% will make it say that it will make it more difficult will make it more easy for Trump to win. So the short answer to your question is there's a lot of unknown right now as we speak.
Right, Patsy, thank you so much for joining us with all those details.
My pleasure.
We also have Ray Locker, journalist and author of Nixon's Gamble and Haig's Coup. We also have Robert Shapiro, American political scientist, joining us. Let me just take my first question to Ray Locker. Ray, many names doing the rounds from Gavin Newsom to Michelle Obama. And of course, now it is Joe Biden who is completely endorsing Kamala Harris. How popular is Kamala Harris as a leader? I mean, of course, she has confirmed that she would like to be the first black president.
Well, she would be the first black woman president, also the first Indian American president. You know, her popularity ratings have been about same as Biden's, around 40%. Not great. This is a very polarized electorate, so that's not terribly surprising. She has a bigger upside than Biden, mostly because there were so many concerns about President Biden's health going forward. And it seems like people are coalescing around her. I think it's going to be hard for any other candidate to kind of break through and get enough delegates in the next few weeks to make a big show of it in Chicago at the convention.
Right. So, I mean, even though despite Biden's backing, it's really not clear if Kamala Harris will become the Democratic nominee.
No, it's not a slam dunk right now. I mean, you have to be nominated at the convention. And we haven't had anything close to this since 1968. And you can go back either in 1952 when Adlai Stevenson was nominated at the Democratic convention. Usually it's sewed up way earlier than this. So it's not guaranteed for her. The delegates still have to vote, you know, for the nomination. She'll nominate who she wants to be her running mate. They'll have to vote on that, and then they'll have to vote on her. So there's a lot that remains to be done, but I think it's probably safe to say she will be the Democratic nominee going forward from the middle of August.
Right. Robert Shapiro also with us. Robert, you know, Donald Trump has reacted saying that it'll be even easier to, you know, beat Kamala Harris than it would have been to beat Joe Biden. Of course, somebody he said is not fit to run for office, not fit to serve. Take us through, in your opinion, who would be a good replacement for Joe Biden?
Oh, I think at this point, there's no question that the best replacement for Joe Biden is Kamala Harris. She was the vice presidential candidate. By virtue of being vice president, she was sort of the heir apparent in all of this. And for the Democrats not to choose Kamala Harris would be a tremendous slap against African American voters in the United States and perhaps women as well. I think at this point there would have to be some obvious, you know, grand candidate coming forward to replace her, and no such candidate exists at the moment. And we know right now things are moving very fast. The likely candidates out there who are governors of states and so forth have not come forward to do anything other than to endorse Kamala Harris. In addition to that, the only candidates who've been making noises about running against her are Joe Manchin and Marianne Williamson at this point. And behind the scenes, what's going on right now is that the Democrats are basically trying to unite all the delegations to support Kamala Harris, and a number of them already have taken votes behind the scenes that they're going to support her. So for anyone else to unseat her at this point, it's going to be very difficult. But as was already pointed out, the nomination has to occur at the Democratic National Committee level at the convention or in a virtual vote beforehand.
Robert, there also, you know, a word that is doing the round regarding Michelle Obama, you know, joining the presidential race, as is Gavin Newsom.
Yeah. Okay. Michelle Obama, that's a fantasy at this point. Michelle Obama does not want to run for president of the United States or otherwise get involved in politics. And so that's on some people's wish list, but it has no plausibility. Gavin Newsom has already come out supporting Kamala Harris. He's a fan and supporter of hers. Also, they're both from the same state, which means that the electors in the Electoral College cannot vote for could not vote for both of them if they're on the same ticket. But more importantly, at this point, he's already come out supporting him, and there are good reasons why he and the other possible candidates are holding off, because they have a political future, perhaps as early as the 2028 election.
Right, Ray, let me get you back in. In the last 4 years, I mean, we covered Kamala Harris extensively while she was a running mate before she was, before Joe Biden won the elections. But ever since, in the last 4 years, the impact that Kamala Harris has made, I mean, it hasn't really been that significant.
That's no different than most vice presidents. I mean, Joe Biden had a higher profile in the Obama administration. Dick Cheney had a higher profile for George W. Bush. But most vice presidents, that's not their job. They're not out to make policy. They're not out to gather headlines. They're there to support the president and do a variety of things. And in the last few years, particularly since the Russian invasion of Ukraine in February 2022, we've seen her all around Europe at all sorts of security conferences, meeting leaders of foreign nations, helping hold the U.S.-led coalition together. So she's been doing a lot. It's not always on everyone's radar. So I think she's demonstrated her familiarity with the job in a way that most people just don't have the opportunity to do that.
Right. Thank you so much, Ray, for joining us, as well as Robert. It is to be seen whether Kamala Harris will be the Democratic nominee as far as the presidential election is concerned for now. All we do know is Joe Biden has opted out from the presidential elections. Thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. And with that, we're slipping into a very short break. Back with a whole lot more. Do stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
U.S. President Joe Biden has withdrawn from the U.S. presidential elections that are coming up on the 5th of November this year. Biden has endorsed Kamala Harris as the Democratic nominee. Well, it's Donald Trump who's gone on to react, saying Kamala Harris will be even easier to beat. Monsoon session of the Parliament begins today. The economic survey to be tabled, while the budget will be presented tomorrow on the 23rd. All party meet ahead of the budget session. The Congress brings up the deputy speaker issue in the key meet, and it's the opposition who is set to raise the issue of NEET as well as Manipur in Parliament. Controversial 14-hour workday proposal has sparked a row. It's the Karnataka government which is proposing a 14-hour workday for the IT sector.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. #1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism
Welcome back. Now the monsoon session of the Parliament begins today. All eyes on the Modi 3.0 budget, with Nirmala Sitharaman to present the budget tomorrow. The Finance Minister to table the economic survey, as the Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is set to present her 7th Union budget. The monsoon session of the Parliament will commence today with the presentation of this year's budget, and it's Sitharaman who will establish herself as the first Finance Minister to present 7 consecutive budgets, breaking the record of Morarji Desai's 6 budget presentations. And Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju chairs an all-party meeting ahead of the budget session. The budget session that will begin today with Modi 3.0 presenting that first budget. In a 3-week-long budget session, the Lok Sabha Speaker has constituted 14-member Business Advisory Committee. In the meeting, government's agenda is the Union budget and also the budget for Jammu and Kashmir, while the opposition was to discuss the NEET Fiasco as well as Manipur.
The customary all-party meet ahead of the budget session. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh chaired the crucial meet with 44 parties participating. TMC leaders gave it a skip, choosing instead to attend the Martyrs' Day rally in Kolkata. While the government reached out to the opposition to ensure a smooth and productive budget session, the opposition in turn said it would cooperate if the Treasury benches listen to their demands.
Rajnath Singh ji ने अपील किया है, जब सीनियर लीडर हो या कोई भी मेंबर जब लोकसभा राज्यसभा में बोलते हैं तो हम उसको व्यवधान ना करें, डिस्टर्बेंस ना करें. इंपॉर्टेंट बिल्स, लेजिस्लेशन कोई भी होगा, हम लोग चर्चा करेंगे.
Are we expecting a smooth session this time?
No, it is depend upon the treasury benches, whatever stand they are taking.
Demands for special category status were also raised at this meeting. The JDU and LJP and RJD raised the issue for Bihar. The Biju Janata Dal too sought a special package for Odisha.
यहाँ पर हम लोगों ने बिहार को स्पेशल कैटेगरी स्टेटस का डिमांड वी हैव बीन रेजिंग फॉर लॉन्ग, तो हम लोग जरूर अपेक्षा करता है कि बिहार को मिलना चाहिए.
Biju Janata Dal has demanded for special category status for Odisha.
YSRCP too demanded a special category status for Andhra Pradesh. It also questioned TDP for not bringing up the issue at the all-party meet.
Basically, the first foremost demand is the special category status, which was promised by both BJP and the Congress on the floor of the House.
These are all fake allegations, fake numbers that are being put across. We want, our Chief Minister wants discussion in State Assembly, which is going to start from tomorrow. If any of these issues they want to raise, they can raise in the State Assembly. Instead of raising it in the State Assembly, they are running away from the issue.
Uttar Pradesh government's directive to eateries on Kanwar Yatra route also came up. The Samajwadi Party, Aam Aadmi Party and Janata Dal United brought up the issue.
कांवड़ यात्रा के पथ पर नाम लिखने के लिए आदेश दिए गए. नाम तो आप जानते हो, नाम से मुसलमान पहचान लिया जाएगा. कोई उनकी दुकान से कोई खरीदेगा नहीं, खरीदेगा भी तो ये भी क्या गारंटी है कि उनका दुकान लुटने से बचेगी.
हमारे पार्टी का मानना है कि धर्म और जात के नाम पर विभेद नहीं करना चाहिए, उससे दूर रहना चाहिए. समाज में वातावरण सहिष्णु रहे.
आपने आदेश जारी कर दिया, नेम प्लेट लगाना होगा, तो मुसलमानों के खिलाफ जो दुर्भावना है वो भी है. इसके साथ साथ दलितों, पिछड़ों, आदिवासियों, इन सब की भी जो दुकानें हैं वहां से भी उनका भी धंधा बंद करने की कोशिश है.
Sources said that political parties from India bloc also sought the Lok Sabha deputy speaker's post, to which no assurance was given by the ruling party.
परंपरागत रूप से सर्वदलीय सभा होती है कि जिससे हम सदन की कार्रवाई और विषय उठा सकें और कार्रवाई शांतिपूर्वक चल सके. पर अब तक का अनुभव तो यही है कि किसी भी हालत में भाजपा यहाँ बात कुछ करती है और सदन के अंदर उल्टा आचरण करती है.
The NEET row is also high on the opposition's agenda. Political parties are all set to corner government on the issue yet again.
The main issue raised regarding the NEET examination. The AIDMK party is against the NEET examination for admission to the MBBS courses.
नीट के मामले में सरकार ने अपनी भूमिका स्पष्ट की है, कड़े से कड़ी कार्रवाई हो रही है और बच्चों का भविष्य बिगड़े ना, उनका नुकसान ना हो, इसके बारे में सरकार पूरी तरह से गंभीर है.
With the opposition parties putting up a strong stand by uniting together and raising various issues at the all-party meeting, the government had stated that they are ready for any sort of discussions, but under the prescribed rules. Now it remains to be seen that whether we will see a smooth budget session ahead or a disruptive one. This is Aishwarya Jain with the journalist Ashok Mahale for NDTV in Delhi.
Switching tracks now, amid a huge uproar over a bill that directed private firms in Karnataka to receive jobs. These are reservations as far as jobs are concerned for Karnataka. The state government is now planning to raise the IT staff's working hours to 14 hours per day. The Karnataka State IT Employees Union has said, according to that, the proposal to amend the Karnataka Shops and Commercial Establishments Act to facilitate a 14-hour working day was presented in a meeting called by the Labour Department with various stakeholders in the industry. If implemented, the extended work hours will have the biggest impact on Bengaluru, the state capital known as the IT hub of the country. Now, a Nipah virus patient in Malappuram district of Kerala is confirmed by the Pune has now been confirmed and it has come to the disease. Now, immediate public health measures have been advised by the centre to contain the disease. A joint outbreak response as far as the central team will now be deployed to assist the state with case investigation, identification, as well as linkages and technical support as well. And let's just get you the very latest as far as internet services disrupted ahead of the Braj Mandal Yatra. This is a 24-hour internet shutdown in Haryana's Jammu. Heavy vehicles will be banned during that yatra, and it is the police officers who have deployed about 2,000 police personnel to maintain order as far as the situation in Jammu is concerned. Do remember that last year as well there was uproar regarding the same. So the yatra to be fully monitored by drones is what the officials are saying. And it's the Chief Minister of the state who has alerted all officials for a peaceful yatra.
उसके लिए ये अधिकारियों को भी सचेत किया है और मैं सभी लोगों से एक अपील भी करना चाहूँगा कि ये धार्मिक कार्यक्रम है, समाज के अंदर हम सब मिलकर के रहते हैं। ये लंबे समय से ब्रजमंडल की यात्रा हमारे जो मानने वाले भगवान श्री कृष्ण को, क्योंकि भगवान श्री कृष्ण की वो धरा रही है और उस ब्रजमंडल के अंदर वो आस्था से जुड़े हुए लोग हैं, तो उनकी यात्रा वो निकलती है। मैं सभी से कहना चाहूँगा, मैं वहाँ के लोगों को भी कहना चाहूँगा कि इस यात्रा में सहयोग करना चाहिए।
करीब 2000 लोगों को इस यात्रा को सफल बनाने के लिए हमने डिप्लॉय किया है, जिसमें CAPF के जो RAF कंपोनेंट है, उसके अलावा IRB की 3 कंपनियाँ। इसमें हर प्रकार से जो नई टेक्नोलॉजी, ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी को हम यूज़ करेंगे, जो कि आसमान जिसकी आप बात कर रहे हैं उसके थ्रू हमने कॉम्बिंग भी कराई है। आज भी पूरे रूट को हम कॉम्ब कर रहे हैं उसके थ्रू। मुख्यतः 23 जगह हमने कुल मिलाकर बड़े और छोटे नाके रखे हैं और सख्ती से इन नाकों पर वीडियोग्राफी होएगी और सख्ती से चेकिंग भी होएगी।
So the Haryana government has ordered the suspension of internet services in Haryana's Jammu for 24 hours, and this is ahead of that yatra, the Jal Abhishek Yatra, the Braj Mandal Jal Abhishek Yatra that was marred by violence last year. Now, this was when 2 home guards were killed and at least 15 others, including several policemen, were injured on the 31st of July last year as a mob in Haryana's Jammu district tried to stop a Vishwa Hindu Parishad procession, pelting stones and setting cars on fire. So security has been beefed up ahead of the Jal Abhishek Yatra. And with that, we're slipping into a very short break. Back with a whole lot more. Do stay with us.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has
proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small-scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small-scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance आई सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and
You are watching The World 24/7 on the NDTV network. I'm Parmeshwar Bava. Let's begin with the top stories you need to know. United States President Joe Biden says in a letter on X he is stepping aside as a candidate in the 2024 election. Despite weeks of speculation about when or whether Biden would bow out, many Democrats were stunned once he finally did. The Democratic National Committee chair says that Democrats will undertake a transparent and orderly process to select a candidate who can defeat Trump in November. Joe Biden steps aside from the US presidential race and endorses Vice President Kamala Harris as the Democratic nominee. Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton, John Kerry as well, they back Kamala Harris. Nancy Pelosi and Obama, meanwhile, they thank Biden but remain mum on Kamala Harris's nomination. The world reacts to Biden quitting the US polls race. President Zelensky says he's grateful for the unwavering support. The Russian Foreign Ministry says much could still change, while the Israeli president has thanked Biden for steadfast support. The German Chancellor has said the decision is not to run deserves actually respect. Bangladesh's Supreme Court has scaled back a controversial job quota system after nationwide unrest over the past week, during which more than 100 people were killed. The Supreme Court orders that the quota for veteran descendants be cut to 5%, with 93% of jobs be allocated on merit. The Philippines and China have reached an understanding on the provisional arrangement for resupply missions to a beached Filipino naval ship to the South China Sea. Manila's Foreign Ministry has confirmed. Well, it took Joe Biden a long time to get here. It's only been 24 days since the disastrous debate with Trump. We don't know how long Biden had been in decline prior to that, but one thing is certain. The earlier that clock starts, the worse it reflects on Biden as well as his team. Senior Democrats, including some of those who have been named as possible contenders for the presidential or vice presidential nomination, endorsed Kamala Harris for the nomination, meanwhile, just late last evening, within hours of Biden announcing that he would be dropping out of the race. And donors, meanwhile, rushed to donate to the party, with $30 million raised by Sunday evening. This is according to New York Times analysis. One strategist has actually said it might be the greatest fundraising moment in Democratic Party history. Shortly after Biden stepped aside, he firmly endorsed Kamala Harris, who would make history as the nation's first Black and South Asian woman to become a major party's presidential nominee. Other endorsements flowed from Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton, the first major female presidential nominee, as well as prominent US senators. In fact, here are some of the latest reactions we have lined up for you. We have a reaction from Donald Trump as well. Trump's vicious attack on Joe Biden and his legacy led the Republican Party's reaction to the president's decision to withdraw from the 2024 race. In fact, Donald Trump on Truth Social has said crooked Joe Biden was not fit to run for president and is certainly not fit to serve and never was. These are the words of the Republican nominee on Truth Social. Listen in to the reactions we have lined up for you. Right. Joe Biden has been one of America's most consequential presidents, as well as a dear friend and partner to me. These are the words of Obama. However, he has remained mum on endorsing Kamala Harris as the presidential nominee for the Democrats. Well, in stepping aside, Joe Biden has flipped the script. Just hours after President Biden dropped his bid for re-election, Harris is moving quickly to make her nomination a foregone conclusion.
For further clarity on the latest developments, we have with us White House Bureau Chief from Voice of America, Patsy Veerakuswara. Thanks so much, Patsy, for making time for us. We also have Jagriti Dave joining us on the World 24/7. Patsy, I'd like to come to you first. Kamala Harris, it seems, is calling Democratic leaders and elected officials to try to lock down the party's presidential nomination as we speak.
Yes, that's what she's trying to do. And she's also trying to project a sense of unity. As you would understand, the timeline here is very critical. There's less than a month to the Democratic National Convention. Indeed. That's in August 19th in Chicago, Illinois, and less than 4 months to the election. So whatever the Democrats do at this point is really critical for them to project a sense of unity within the party. Whether that will happen or not, that's still a question to be answered in the days and weeks ahead. As of this point, no serious contender has come up to say that they are also interested in being the party's nominee for the top of the presidential ticket. And as you've mentioned, Kamala Harris has received a lot of support from top leadership of Democratic Party, as well as others who have been mentioned as possible contenders for the ticket. So this is still very much an open question. And even though Joe Biden has endorsed and given his support to Kamala Harris, that counts politically, but not legally. There is no legal requirements. There's no rules in the DNC that says all the delegates that have pledged their votes for Joe Biden because he won all those primaries throughout the summer must transfer their votes to Harris. That's just not a requirement. There's nothing legal or there's nothing procedural about that. So we'll see what happens.
Well, Patsy, we're just reading as per the latest update from Reuters that all 50 Democratic Party state chairs have backed Kamala Harris. Do we have a confirmation yet? What are you hearing?
No, that's absolutely. The party leadership has coalesced around her because of this really urgent chance to project unity. However, in the days and weeks to come, there may still be people who come up and say they would like to be nominated. And at that point, the Democrats will have to figure out something to project this sense of process, project this sense of, avoiding the undemocratic appearance of an automatic coronation, which they don't want because it will be bad for the party's reputation. Already, the Republicans are accusing Democrats of subjugating the will of the people, the millions of people who voted for Joe Biden and did not vote for Kamala Harris in the primaries to be their party's nominee. So even though there's this sense of unity that is really crucial for Democrats, and also a sense of pragmatism that within the small slice of time frame between now and the convention and then the election, there's also that requirement or that responsibility to at least project the appearance of listening to the will of the people if there are any serious contenders that might come up.
Well, Jagriti joins us live from Washington as well. Jagriti, by dropping out of the 2024 race, many Democrats argue that Joe Biden did what we all want our politicians to do. He put his country over his career. Many are arguing that Biden's resignation and the Democratic effort to push him into it shows America's institutions might not be broken as many think. Take us through some of the reactions on the ground you've encountered so far.
Well, I think you're right. I mean, Joe Biden, to some extent, is clearly reflecting this, that he is talking about putting the needs of his party and country first. And the reactions from people like former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, former US President Barack Obama, they've all alluded to this, saying that, Joe Biden has put the needs of the country, the needs of the party first before his own ego. And, there's been reporting that says that both Obama and Pelosi were two of the top Democrats who behind the scenes were privately expressing their concerns about Joe Biden's viability to continue running at the top of the Democratic ticket. So I think this is part of the narrative that I think is going to be developing over the next few days as the Democrats try to regroup that, the Republican vision, Donald Trump's vision for America is so very different from the Democratic vision. Yes, there's been chaos over the last few weeks, but what the Democrats have done is what is good for the country. This is, I think, the narrative that they're going to posit. You're hearing things like you're going to have a prosecutor go up against a felon in the next election. Those are the sorts of things you're going to hear from the Democrats going forward.
Right, but despite endorsements from Biden, former President Clinton, and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, it's the Democrat delegates who are going to be the ones to pick the nominee, Jagriti?
Absolutely. So whilst Kamala Harris does have an advantage with the name recognition, being part of the Biden-Harris ticket, it's not a foregone conclusion. It will be made official, whoever the Democratic Party nominee is, at the convention in August. And so right now, the Democrats are regrouping. You have a statement issued by the DNC chair that says, in the coming days, the party will undertake a transparent and orderly process to move forward as a united Democratic Party with a candidate who can defeat Donald Trump in November. So no names who that candidate is, but a promise that they will unify behind that candidate. And so I think they want to make sure that the process is as transparent as the DNC chair said going forward, just to preserve their own credibility and the credibility of their candidate. And that is one of the reasons why that Barack Obama has not perhaps full-throatedly endorsed Kamala Harris, because in previous elections he's also not backed a horse in the race, because, as he would say, he didn't want to thumb the balance, thumb the scales in favor of a particular candidate, skewing really what should be a due process.
Jagriti, thanks so much for joining us with that crucial update. Well, Obama has been mum on his endorsement. In fact, some reports state that he will only make an official endorsement once a nomination has been picked officially. But Patsy, zooming in on Kamala Harris, many would say she's proven herself on the campaign trail, in the Situation Room and in the Oval Office. Would you say some party leaders and major donors are actually trying to create a sense of inevitability around Harris?
I don't know if it's a sense of inevitability. They're certainly going to try to project this sense of unity and sense of coalescing behind her as much as possible. But as you mentioned, she has been tested in terms of the name recognition as part of the Biden-Harris tickets. But she also has some baggage, right? I mean, politically, she has not been known to be particularly successful in the portfolio that the administration has given her, for example, on immigration. She has been a very good and vocal supporter of the pro-choice movement in the United States, for example. She's been a voice for women in that sense. But there's been, a kind of like a mixed bag in terms of her achievements in the administration. Now, what will be interesting going forward is how the Democrats will project what kind of person she will be as a candidate. Now, we know that as before her vice presidency and before her term as a Senate, Kamala Harris was a prosecutor. And so this will be interesting to see whether the Democrats will then project this kind of prosecutor versus felon type of narrative. As you know, Donald Trump is right now facing dozens of felony counts on various cases.
In fact, some Republicans have a new talking point to discredit Kamala Harris and other top Democrats. They're claiming Joe Biden's allies knew about his apparent decline and actually tried to cover it up.
Well, that kind of narrative has been going around, and conspiracy theories are abound with what Joe Biden's mental acuity really is.
Right.
The fact of the matter is that what we know at this point, all of this started rolling. The ball started rolling after the debate, where Joe Biden seemed like he was struggling to put two thoughts together. And this was really, really detrimental to his performance, to Democrats' confidence in their candidacy. And then from then on, it became this kind of build-up pressure for Joe Biden until eventually he decided what he decided 8 hours ago and bowed out of the race.
In fact, Patsy, some state party chairs have called for the nominee to be chosen at the Democrat convention. But DNC officials say that could open up the ticket to legal challenges from Republicans?
So basically, it is up to the party to decide who their nominee is. And by process, traditionally, it's whoever wins the primaries, the ticket that wins the primaries, that ticket wins the votes of the pledged votes of the delegates of each party, right? So this is the difference between the United States and democracy in the rest of the world. For example, like in India, it's not one man, one vote. When we go to the ballots, we do vote for the Biden-Harris ticket. But in reality, what we're voting for is voting to send delegates to the National Convention, in which case at that point, the delegates will give their votes to the ticket that they pledged themselves to. So there's about 3,900 delegates. But this pledge can be changed, and that's what the Democrats are trying to figure out now, whether they can coalesce behind one candidate and decide on a nominee by the end of the convention.
Well, Patsy, thank you so much for joining us with those crucial updates from Ground Zero.
My pleasure.
Well, with that, we're slipping into a very short break. But on the other side, my colleague Maha Siddiqui joins you with the Executive Director of the Observer Research Foundation from America, Dhruv Jaishankar.
Yes, absolutely, Parmeshwar. We'll be back with all the very latest and the buzz from Washington, D.C.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small-scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
वो दी performance आई सारे दी ते बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day.
While recovering from COVID-19, President Biden made an announcement that his closest allies had been pushing for over a couple of weeks now. President Biden has decided to step aside as the presidential nominee and running for a second term for the president, making way for a new Democratic presidential nominee. So what does it mean for the November elections? I have with me the ORF America's Executive Director, Dhruv Jaishankar, to talk about that. Many thanks, Dhruv, for joining us at this late hour from DC, but I believe it must be a buzz with President Biden's Sunday announcement.
Yes, in fact, the last week has been very eventful from a political standpoint in the United States. Obviously, many developments, but I think the big, it wasn't entirely a surprise because I think there'd been some reports about it earlier. But this afternoon, around 2 p.m. Local time in the East Coast in the U.S., President Biden announced officially that he would not be running for the presidency again in November.
But Dhruv, there's just 107 days left now for the election. Has this announcement come too late? And what does it mean for Team Kamala Harris, if at all she is nominated?
So, I think the whole idea of having nominees settled many months before an election is actually a relatively recent phenomenon in U.S. politics. Until the 1960s, perhaps in some cases even later, it was generally only at the party conventions held in the summer, July and August, when the nominees were officially settled. And oftentimes, either the Republicans or Democrats went into what were called open conventions where they didn't know the outcome beforehand. So it's a relatively new phenomenon that you'd had this series of primaries with pledged delegates where people would vote. It in some ways became more democratic. People would vote, and whoever the delegates were at the convention were basically pledged to one candidate or the other. So again, in some ways, we're sort of back to an older system in some ways of a more uncertainty closer to the general election and a shorter campaign season. Now, the last week has been obviously the last few weeks has been very good for former President Donald Trump. He has, he had a number of developments, including the convention, the vice presidential nomination of J.D. Vance. He had obviously in the middle an assassination attempt, and obviously the debate performance of Joe Biden. So all of this has sort of given some wind behind the sails of the Trump campaign. Now, with Biden announcing today that he is not running, although he's endorsed Kamala Harris, we'll see, and several other leading Democrats have endorsed Kamala Harris. We'll see over the next few days and weeks whether she ends up being the consensus candidate or whether there's some contestation within the Democratic Party. But this has obviously, been a bit of a game changer.
But Dhruv, we haven't seen some of the biggest names, Democratic names there. Consider Barack Obama here, Nancy Pelosi here, immediately backing Kamala Harris. We've only seen that coming from President Biden himself and from Bill Clinton. So where does it leave her at the moment? And are there any other names as well? Any surprise candidates who might like to throw their hat in the ring?
It's unclear. Again, there's some rumors doing the rounds. We'll see what announcements there are. Again, we don't know. For some of the party grandees, such as former Speaker Nancy Pelosi, former President Barack Obama, may not want to tilt overtly before the convention in favor of one candidate. Although in both their cases, they have past associations with Kamala Harris, and it's quite likely at some point they will back her, whether overtly or not. Nancy Pelosi also, being from California, has supported her in the past, as has former President Barack Obama. So I think it remains to be seen. Several others have, people who might otherwise think of running would be looking at the vice presidential nomination. Who does Kamala Harris pick to be her running mate between now and November? So all of that will be clarified in the next few days and weeks. But it remains to be seen whether any major Democrats choose to contest Kamala Harris's nomination. Obviously, her being the sitting vice president and having the endorsement of the sitting president will carry a lot of weight. So she obviously starts in a very strong position.
Dhruv, there's a lot of commentary also, as you touched upon the subject of a possible running mate for Kamala Harris. Now, a lot of people saying that it has to be a white, considering Kamala Harris is a person of color. Do these elements matter when it comes to electing a running mate?
Well, obviously, I think they want a ticket that appeals to key constituencies. And ultimately, this election, like a lot of U.S. elections, this election will really be determined by 6 states 6 or 7, at most 7 states, and with a very large, in each of those 6 or 7 states, a very small number of independent or swing voters who are still undecided about whether they would vote Republican or Democrat. So I think the key element is, who do they think will appeal to those key swing voters in those 6 or 7 key states, many of which are in the Midwest or Arizona, Georgia, what is called the Sun Belt. So I think these are the considerations that are going into the vetting process that will obviously start from today. The challenge, I think, is while each of those states has some popular Democrats, many of those Democratic politicians don't have much name recognition outside of their home states. So, for example, Pennsylvania, Illinois, the governors of those states who are Democrats are quite popular within their states, but don't necessarily have. There's a senator from Arizona as well who seems to be under consideration. They don't seem to have yet have national name recognition, and that I think is still a bit of a challenge.
Finally, 2 more questions before we let you go. One about the possibility of a competitive process still. You have said that things aren't absolutely clear at the moment, but if it's not a competitive process for nomination of a Democratic presidential candidate, does that open up again for criticism from the Republicans?
Well, obviously, I think the Republicans will try criticizing this process as unfair. Again, the challenge, I think, is the primary elections have already taken place. And so most Democrats have already cast their ballot largely in favor of current President Joe Biden to be the Democratic nominee. So I think, this whole idea that this is a democratic process, which is something that, again, particularly the Democratic Party has campaigned on that we are representative of the people, we're representative of the electorate. This is not a process that is decided in closed rooms, behind closed doors. That I think obviously comes under some criticism, potentially. Now, the Republicans will try that. The Democrats will try and say that this is, that this is as transparent and open a process as possible. But again, that remains to be seen. There are a few other challenges, which is, I think, the legal process, which is why I think Biden's endorsement of Kamala Harris was so important. One is transferring the delegates, but also there's funding that has been raised for the election campaign, and many of the donors gave that funding to the Democratic Party or to an entity under the belief that Joe Biden would be the nominee. So how to transfer the campaign funding to a Kamala Harris campaign or to another Democratic campaign, and then the delegates as well. So it is a bit of a tricky legal territory that they'll go in. I don't think that, again, particularly given that Biden has given his endorsement, I think that should be managed. But obviously the Republicans and other opponents, other critics will try and make an issue of it.
Dhruv Jaishankar, many thanks for speaking with us on this very critical issue at the moment in the US election.
Thank you.
With that, we're taking a very quick break. We'll be back with more. Stay with us.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
the biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Wadhwa. We have a whole lot lined up for you over the next 1 hour, including a turning point as far as the US presidential election is concerned, with Joe Biden opting out. Will it be Kamala Harris? Because that is the person that he has nominated. Biden has endorsed Kamala Harris as the Democratic nominee. Well, we'll have to wait and watch if it will be Kamala Harris stepping into the shoes of Joe Biden or not. For now, let's just get you the headlines. So it is a turning point when it comes to the US presidential elections. Joe Biden has stepped down from the presidential race. He has endorsed Kamala Harris, the vice president of the United States, as his Democratic nominee. Will Kamala Harris be the presidential candidate or not? That's, we'll have to wait and watch for that. But it's Kamala Harris who will be easier to beat, is how Donald Trump is reacting to this news. Monsoon session of the Parliament begins today, and the economic survey to be tabled today, while the budget will be presented tomorrow, the 23rd. All party meet ahead of the budget session. The Congress brings up the Deputy Speaker issue in a key meet, and the opposition set to raise the NEET issue and the Manipur issue in the Parliament. Controversial 14-hour workday proposal sparks a row. It's Karnataka government that has gone on to propose 14-hour workday for the IT sector, which means 70 hours a week. Security ramped up in Nu ahead of the Jal Abhishek Yatra. Violence marred the same Yatra last year itself, and it is the internet services that have now been snapped in Nu of Haryana, and the police security has been beefed up. Orange alert warning for very heavy showers in Mumbai. Water recedes in low-lying areas, but heavy showers to continue not just today, all the way through Wednesday. Let's get to our top story. Another terror attack has taken place in Jammu and Kashmir this morning. This is after the Army Chief's visit to Jammu. A major attack has taken place at the Army camp in Rajoori district, with one soldier being injured. And to get more on this, we have Nazir joining us. Nazir, an attack that's taken place at an Army camp which has resulted in one soldier getting injured.
Well, it was a pre-dawn attack on an Army camp at a place called Gandu in Buddal area of Rajoori district. One Army soldier has been injured. Army has repulsed the attack and forced militants to flee. But this clearly shows that how they are committed and are continuously carrying out major attacks on the Army, despite the fact that Army has said that it has launched massive coordinated search operation across Jammu region. The attack has come just a day after Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi visited Jammu and held meetings to discuss the measures to deal with this spurt in major terror attacks in Jammu region. And this is the 10th attack in Jammu region since June 2024. So in last over 1 month, 10 attacks, major attacks in Jammu region. Just 4 days back, there was an armed attack on Army camp in Doda, in which 2 soldiers were injured. The militants tried to overrun a temporary, Army picket which was set up inside a school. Before that, there was an attack on Army. 4 soldiers, including a captain, were killed. And in early this month, there was a major attack and ambush on Army in Kutwa, in which 5 soldiers were killed and 5 others were injured. So early this morning in the wee hours, there was a heavy firing, grenades and heavy gunfire was resorted, and the Army camp at Gunda was targeted. Army repulsed the attack. They retaliated heavily, and according to defense spokesman, While this attack has been foiled, heavy gunfight is going on, and a massive cordon search operation has been launched in the area to flush out militants. This clearly shows how the serious challenge is, how a large number of militants have infiltrated who are highly trained, and many say some of them could be Afghan veterans and maybe former Pak regulars as well, given the fact their training, their capability to, carry out attacks in the mountains, being highly trained in the jungle warfare. So it is a serious security challenge. That's why yesterday when, Army Chief also visited Jammu, held meetings with all the security agencies at police headquarters in Jammu. Then there was also a joint meeting at the Raj Bhavan that was chaired by Lieutenant Governor. Earlier, Prime Minister himself held a meeting of Cabinet Committee on Security to discuss the security situation in Jammu. Before that, Prime Minister had asked security force to deploy full spectrum of anti-terror, mechanism in Jammu to eliminate militancy. But this is the latest attack and the 10th attack in Jammu region since June 9.
Thank you so much, Nazir, for joining us. And let's just switch tracks to Joe Biden, who's dropped out of the U.S. presidential election and endorses Vice President Kamala Harris as the Democratic Party's new nominee in a political earthquake. It's Biden, at the age of 81, said that he was acting in the best interest of his party and the country by bowing to weeks of pressure after a disastrous June debate against Donald Trump, stoked worries about his age and mental fitness, with Harris now swiftly confirming her goal to become America's first woman president. She will be the first black woman president of the United States and to defeat Donald Trump. Now, Trump has reacted with a stream of posts on his Truth social media network, and he has gone on to say that Biden is not fit to run for president. He's also not fit to serve, but he's also gone on to say that it would be even easier to beat Kamala Harris, is how Donald Trump is reacting to Joe Biden stepping out of that race. However, the dramatic shift will wrong-foot Republicans whose campaign was solely focused on Biden and will now instead feature 78-year-old Trump, the oldest presidential nominee in the U.S. history, up against a far younger opponent. And to get more on this, we have Patsy joining us. She is the White House Bureau Chief of Voice of America, joining us from Washington. Patsy, what does this really mean as far as the U.S. election is concerned? I mean, it was always Biden versus Trump, and now after that assassination bid, on Trump just last week, we're now seeing a huge, turn of events with Biden now getting out of the race. Who is in the running? I mean, we do know that Biden is backing Kamala Harris, but are there any other names doing the rounds?
Well, to your first question, what does this mean to the race at this point? It really is just a lot more uncertainty, right? Before the debate, Joe Biden and Donald Trump was really neck and neck in terms of polling. After the debate, after his weak performance, where he seemed like he was unable to string two sentences together, Joe Biden suffered massive decline in the polls and a loss of confidence from his own party leaders that grew in kind of pressure to get him to step aside, and that pressure succeeded today. About 8 hours ago, earlier today. It's still Sunday here in Washington, D.C. So going forward, what will happen? We don't know. That's the short answer. But what we do know is right now, Joe Biden has endorsed Kamala Harris. That endorsement, that support, of course, carries a lot of political weight, even though it's not a given. It's not automatic. He cannot just transfer all the delegates' votes to Kamala Harris, because the way it works in the United States, it's not one person, one vote. When we go into the polls, even though we vote for the ticket, what we actually vote is to vote for a delegate from our state to go to the state convention, who will then pledge their vote to the nominee, the presidential ticket, the president and the vice president candidate. So we still don't know who the delegates are going to give their nomination, their pledged votes to. At this point, there's a lot of coalescing. There's a lot of getting behind Kamala Harris. Democratic National Committee has given their support to Harris. A lot of senators and congressmen and women, lawmakers have given their support to Harris. But it's still not a given. There could be somebody saying that they want to challenge this. And of course, at that point, the Democrats will have to at least give the impression that there is due process. So the Democratic National Convention, the Democratic National Committee itself has said that they will come up with a nominee in the next coming days, but they haven't really named who that nominee is. Obviously, they have to project this sense of due process, respecting the will of the people.
Right, Patsy, one of the names doing the rounds was, of course, Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, who's gone on to now say that Biden will go down in history as one of the most impactful and selfless presidents. But he's also gone ahead and, pledged his support for Kamala Harris.
No, you're absolutely right. And those two things, can go together. And that's mostly the line that most Democratic leaders, senators have said in the past, few hours. They have both praised President Joe Biden for his leadership. They have thanked him for his selfless act of patriotism. That's how most people are calling his decision to withdraw. And they're also lining up their support behind Kamala Harris. I think right now at this point for Democrats, most Democrats, the key thing that they want to project is, one, a sense of unity. And number two, is there's also a sense of pragmatism within the party. The convention is in less than a month away, where they have to decide on a name on who will be the ticket. Right now, it seems likely that it's going to be Harris at the top of the ticket, but it's not a foregone conclusion. They also have to decide on who her running mate will be. And they also have to continue until the election on November 5th, and that's less than 4 months. So Harris, or whoever it is that's going to be at the top of the ticket, basically has 3.5 months to, kind of heal this fractured coalition, Democratic Party, and galvanize support for the candidacy. In terms of finance, however, I can tell you that today the Democrats have raised nearly $30 million. This is probably the biggest campaign raking in one day in the history of American campaign fundraising. So that's one good sign in terms of support for Harris. And there's also a poll that just came out just a few hours after the decision that Biden announced that he's withdrawing, to show that 79% of those polls support Biden's decision. 36% say that it will make Trump more likely to win, and 23% say that it will make Trump less likely to win. Obviously, this is just one poll that came out immediately in the aftermath. We'll see in the days and weeks ahead what happens.
Right. Of course, Patsy, Kamala Harris, who's all of 59 years, is 22 years younger than Biden, who seems to be someone who's being backed by the Democrats. She broke a barrier as the first female vice president, a woman of color. She enjoys strong support among the African Americans. But will she be popular or overall and on the whole? We'll have to wait and watch. Thank you so much, Patsy, for getting us all those details. And with that, we're slipping into a very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Co-powered.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small-scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small-scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
The performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day.
Welcome back. Let's get you the latest as far as the monsoon in Mumbai is concerned. An orange category warning is what has been issued by the Met Office, not just for today but for tomorrow and followed by Wednesday as well. So from now all the way through Wednesday, heavy showers are expected in Mumbai. Do remember that very heavy showers have been reported in the last 24 hours alone, and it had the impact of which, as far as 5 different weather systems are concerned, which has brought in several parts of the city that was waterlogged between 100 millimeters to about 190 millimeters of rain, leading to widespread inundation and road closures, traffic and flight diversions as well. Cyclonic circulation over the northeast Arabian Sea as well as a well-marked low-pressure area are some of the weather systems that are impacting Mumbai, and which is why we're seeing very heavy showers, and that will continue to impact Mumbai over the next 3 days. We have my colleagues Abira and Anuj joining us to get us more on this. We have Anuj joining us from Andheri and we have Abira joining us from Marine Drive. Abira, Anuj, over to you first. Get us the latest as far as the situation this morning is concerned.
You see, the rain took kind of a break in the night, but ever since it's dawned, the morning has dawned upon us. Ever since it's been 6 a.m., the rain picked up pace, and since then it has been raining continuously throughout. What we've been told by the IMD and the BMC is that rain is expected in isolated parts, that to an intense measure. We saw a particular trend going across in Mumbai last 3 days, that the rain would get a little slow during the night, but it picks up pace as soon as it stays. Situation was slightly different for last 2 days as it was the weekend, but today we'll be crucial just as it is a working day. It's Monday, and I'd like to show around me. You can already see, people coming across here to the railway stations. The train, according to the BMC update, the latest update that we've received, the railways and the traffic diversion hasn't been affected as of yet, but then it is expected that it might take a toll if the rain continues for the next 60 to 120 minutes. for the next couple of hours. That is, we're also seeing that there is some sort of waterlogging that has started to develop after we saw that the waterlogging had gone down yesterday. Yesterday night, since evening, the amount of rain, the intensity of the rain decreased. But then later we saw that ever since today morning, the rain has been quite continuous. It has been quite consistent, and that will result in some sort of waterlogging. Besides Mumbai, there are several other parts in Maharashtra, including Vidarbha, Sangli, Kolhapur, and a lot of regions in the Konkan which are also facing the wrath of the rain gods here in Maharashtra. But in Mumbai, as we are noting that the situation is on an high alert. An orange alert has been put in place till the 24th of July, and the authorities have cautioned the people to not get out of their houses unless extremely important. We're also noting that special NDRF team are in position in several parts of the city to make sure that people are kept safe throughout the period of this orange alert.
Right. We also have Abira joining us to get us more on this. Abira, take us through what are the kind of restrictions that have been put into place in order to smooth sail the situation, because there are a lot of flights that have been impacted, a lot of roads that have been closed, subways have been shut. What's the situation like this morning? Have things improved?
Okay, so it has been raining incessantly from 6 o'clock. I've been traveling throughout the city to reach Marine Drive, and there was almost negligible visibility. Right now I'm at Marine Drive. It's extremely windy. There are hardly any people here. I can't see the cops right now. The police are all around, but people are not allowed to come on Marine Drive and walk around. Usually we see a lot of people who are walking around and running around here, but there's security here who is asking people to leave. There's a high tide around 12 o'clock. But like Anuj says, it's an orange alert today, and people have been asked to work from home as much as they can. The rain has been only increasing. Right now I'm standing at Marine Drive. It's extremely windy. If I can show you, I'm trying to basically protect my phone and myself from the wind and the rain. It's absolutely empty, but this place is usually quite happening in the morning because people exercise, walk around, jog around. I can see few people here, but otherwise police has asked people to stay away from the sea and any place close to the sea. So right now hardly anyone here. We are at Marine Drive, if I can show you.
Right, of course, it's the fifth day where it's raining more than usual. There are multiple weather systems that are at play as far as Mumbai is concerned. Take us through the situation as far as the airlines and all. They've been issuing some sort of advisory. Even today we're reading that the Indigo Airlines has issued travel advisory for passengers.
Yes, it happened yesterday also, as well as it continues to happen. A few flights were diverted yesterday, which were coming from Delhi to Mumbai and other places to Ahmedabad. They were diverted to Ahmedabad. And today also Indigo has already given an advisory. Please check your flight timings. If they are cancelled, please reach early. So yeah, there are a lot of disruption. But for now, this is what we are seeing. We have to as the day goes, we need to see how the weather progresses. But right now, the rain continues. Since 6 in the morning, it has been raining incessantly.
Right, Abira, thank you so much, Abira and Anuj, for joining us with the very latest, and heavy showers continue as far as Mumbai is concerned, with more to follow from now all the way through Wednesday. And switching tracks now to Karnataka, amid a huge uproar over a bill that directed private firms in Karnataka to reserve jobs for Kannadigas. Now the state government is now planning to raise the IT staff's working hours to 14 hours a day. If implemented, the extended working time would mean 70 hours a week and will have the biggest impact as far as Bengaluru, the state capital known as the IT hub of the country, is concerned. The Chief Minister Siddaramaiah-led government has so far not said anything on the issue, but this is something that has got a lot of reaction from a lot of people, given the fact that this would basically mean that from a 3-shift, as far as companies are concerned, this would reduce their shifts to 2 at a time, given the fact that they would be working 14 hours a day, something that is being proposed by the government. This is, of course, after that huge uproar as far as, that reservation regarding, jobs in the private sector, in which, the management jobs they were going to reserve. This was a move that was being proposed by the government, which has now been put on hold in regard to Kannadigas. So now we have my colleague Pratibha joining us. Pratibha, the Karnataka government from, first it was the signage and the signboards, then it became reservation as far as the jobs are concerned, which is on hold. And now they're talking about increasing the work hours. Why would they do such a thing? 70 hours work week when it comes to the, people in the IT sector. Isn't that, something that is not being accepted by people across the board?
Well, already there are voices that are being raised against this. Of course, it is still a proposal that has been put forth before the government, and the government is yet to discuss it in the next cabinet. But much before that, the unions have raised their voice against this, claiming that this is definitely not going to go down well as far as the health of different employees are concerned. Already they're working on a 12-hour basis with a 2-shift system and a 3-shift system, and this cannot really be changed. And these are some of the questions that have been raised. Like you pointed out, yes, this comes a week after the bill that the controversial bill that talked about how there must be a reservation for Kannadigas in the private sector. And last year as well, Infosys head Mr. Narayan Murthy had talked about how there needs to be more number of hours that needs to be put in by employees, and that time too there was severe backlash with respect to this. And now we are talking about this particular bill. All eyes are on the assembly session that is on, and what would be the reactions that we would pick up from both the ruling government as well as the opposition. As of now, both the ruling party as well as the opposition have been tight-lipped about this, but we'll have to wait to see whether there would be any kind of a progress in this or any kind of an impediment to this particular bill as far as the cabinet meeting discussion is concerned.
Right, Pratibha, the Karnataka State IT Employees Union has, however, opposed this bill. That means that the company is to go for a 2-shift system instead of the currently existing 3-shift system. We will keep tracking the story. Pratibha, thank you so much for joining us. And of course, we are also, it is the monsoon session of the Parliament that's starting today with all eyes on the Modi 3.0 budget. It is Nirmala Sitharaman who will be presenting the budget, and that is expected tomorrow with the Finance Minister to table the economic survey. We have with us Vasudha, who's going to... Vasudha, a very, very important day, and of course this also marks that Nirmala Sitharaman will be presenting the budget for the 7th time.
Absolutely, Divya, and we are coming to you live from the Parliament, and there is history in the making because tomorrow Nirmala Sitharaman, the Finance Minister, will present the Union budget for the 7th consecutive time, and she also surpasses the record of somebody like our former Prime Minister Morarji Desai. So quite a bit of history in there, but of course, will the government be walking that tightrope, balancing aspirations of states, also consolidating its fiscal deficit, at the same time also expanding its social sector expenditure? All that we'll have to wait and see. The economic survey is going to be tabled today, but more importantly, there's going to be a political battle out there. It's going to be a stormy session because the opposition has made it very clear that it's going to ask some very difficult questions when it comes to the NEET controversy or the controversy that's playing out with respect to the Kanwar Yatra in UP, and for that matter, even what's happening in Manipur and also railway safety. So quite a bit of politics and economics there, but we'll get you all of that. Time for a short break. We'll see you in a bit.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world.
Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV.
Good morning, everybody. We're coming to you from outside the Parliament. The Parliament session is all set to begin today. In fact, the all-party meeting of the 18th Lok Sabha took place today, and the stage is all set for a stormy session of the budget. In fact, tomorrow, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is all set to make history by becoming the first Finance Minister to present her 7th consecutive union budget. She surpasses the record of somebody like Morarji Desai, the former Finance Minister of the country. Well, many questions are there awaited when it comes to the budget of India. But the political system, the political alignment in the Parliament is also very different from what we saw in the last 10 years. There is, of course, a dominant BJP and the ruling NDA, but clearly the numbers are not up to what the NDA or the BJP expected. So clearly there is a resurgent, aggressive opposition. How is the budget going to reflect those changes? That is something that will be very important to see. Today, the economic survey is going to be tabled around 1 o'clock is what we hear. Nirmala Sitharaman, the Finance Minister, will also be tabling the pre-budget papers, and of course then we'll have to also see as to what the opposition does with regard to that. There's already a notice that has been moved by a motion that has been moved by Manikam Tagore, who is also the whip of the Congress and also a Congress MP, and he has sought time for discussion on NTA. The opposition has made it very clear, from the NEET controversy to what is playing out in UP with regard to proprietors of dhabas and vendors being asked to display their names. That topic is something that the opposition wants to discuss, saying that the BJP is deliberately communalizing the issue. Apart from that, there are issues of rail safety, Manipur, and also jobs that the opposition wants to discuss. But of course, the highlight of this session is going to be the budget. This is the first budget that comes under Modi 3.0, and like we know, the government has been focusing on fiscal consolidation for the last few years. It has been focusing on increasing the expenditure on infrastructure. The capex has gone up to 11.5 lakh crore last year. So that is something that the government will insist on doing. But at the same time, we can also look at more measures for fintechs, for more measures for rail safety, and more measures for MSME, which of course drives India's exports. In fact, there are 6 crore MSMEs, and the government has made it very clear that it wants to work on increasing the access of MSMEs to international markets. So clearly many things out there, and the government will be walking a tightrope between balancing states' aspirations and also increasing reform measures, putting the impetus on jobs, but at the same time also expanding its social security network. And of course, JDU and TDP are two important allies of the BJP, of the NDA here. Their aspirations also have to be taken care of. Joining me now is a panel of esteemed guests. But before that, let me go across to my colleague Aishwarya, who's been tracking the Parliament. Aishwarya, very important press meet by the TDP coming up. We saw Chandrababu Naidu come to Delhi last week, and he did have a lot of discussions with senior ministers. There is a lot of emphasis on special packages, not just Bihar and of course Andhra Pradesh. Even Odisha is demanding special category status now. So there is a lot of pressure on the government to look out for these regional aspirations. At the same time, the budget is going to be the underlying theme for Viksit Bharat. The Prime Minister has been talking about how he works 24/7 for 2047 vision of Viksit Bharat. What do you think is going to be part of the budget, and what can we expect today?
Well, certainly very, very interesting, Vasudha. In fact, yesterday in the all-party meeting, it was several regional parties who had demanded special packages or the special status for their states, considering in Bihar it is the NDA allies, the LJP Ramvilas and also the JDU who echoed the chorus with the RJD as well, who demanded a special status for Bihar. On the other side, it is YSRCP in the state of Andhra Pradesh who demanded special status. But yes, of course, war of words was seen yesterday between the YSRCP and the TDP over the TDP ruling in the state, and YSRCP claiming that just in 45 days of ruling there had been 31 murders. Of course, we have seen Chandrababu Naidu coming to Delhi and meeting the Home Minister, but it would be Jagan Mohan Reddy who would be coming on Tuesday and would be exhibiting the photo exhibition of 31 murders, and from Wednesday onwards he will be sitting on Dharna in between the assembly session that is going on in Andhra Pradesh against the TDP government. They are saying that there is complete lawlessness, and the YSRCP MPs wanted to raise this issue in the parliament as well. But it is just not these two states, but as you rightly mentioned, BJD's demand for special package for Odisha was something that yesterday was seen in the all-party meeting as well. Susmit Patra came outside and stated that this was a long-pending demand from Naveen Patnaik, and interestingly, in Odisha, when BJD was once an ally, but after 25 years they would be sitting in the opposition, as they stated that they are not an ally of the India bloc or the NDA, but they will be representing people of Odisha and will be an independent party, of course. But certainly, today, just ahead of the budget session, there are also, several questions that had been raised by the opposition parties regarding the NEET issue, and therefore we have seen that the list of questions that had come for oral answers, Manikam Tagore had moved that adjournment motion and had asked certain questions that whether there would be overhaul of the NTA or not, and that's Dharmendra Pradhan had to respond. Right. So yes, of course, we will see a fiery session that is expected today on the first day of this budget session. What would be the response of the government, and whether the demands of the opposition parties will be considered by the finance minister in this budget session, or the budget which is coming up tomorrow, is something that remains to be seen.
Well, thank you, Aishwarya. We'll keep coming back to you. You're tracking this very closely. Also joining me now is Sajjan Kumar, who's a political analyst. We have author and analyst Aarti Jairat with us. We also have Mithali Nikore, economist and of Nikore and Associates. Thank you so much for joining us. To you first, Mithali, because budget is the flavor of this season. What are the top priorities? In fact, what should be the top priorities of Modi 3.0? What should be the economic, roadmap for this government? Because clearly it does not have the numbers that it expected, but of course Narendra Modi is the Prime Minister for the third time. And when I speak to ministers, there's only one thing that the Prime Minister is insisting ever since he took charge, that every work that you do needs to create jobs. So there needs to be an impetus on jobs. He's been focusing on Yuva Shakti. A lot of our consumer expenditure is driven by youth. So clearly there is a possibility that there could be some targeted schemes for youth. In fact, the BJP manifesto did talk about increasing the Ayushman Bharat cover to senior citizens, and also it talked about housing scheme. So clearly the priorities of the government are not unknown. But how are they going to fit all of that in this budget, especially with those reduced numbers? What do you think the government will be thinking when it comes to economic priorities right now?
Absolutely, Vasudha. I mean, the budget of each year, this is my 10th budget that I'm analyzing. And, in the last 10 years, what I found is that each year the government really reflects the priorities for economic growth in the budget speech. The top 5 or 10 announcements are always there in your budget speech. But when you look deep into the numbers, and when you look really into the ministry by ministry allocations and the schemes, there are few things I believe in this budget which will stand out. First is, as you rightly said, the focus on employment, right? We have an unemployment crisis, which is characterized by a dual, sort of manifestation where on one hand, industry is saying, we have the jobs, but we're not able to find, the skilled people to do those jobs. And on the other hand, we have youth, who have aspirations to only enter the knowledge economy and become white collar workers. So I think somewhere, by incentivizing factory work, by respecting factory work, by respecting blue collar jobs, by respecting, the gig economy and providing more and more government supported social security for gig workers. These are certain measures that, the government could come in place. They already announced a lot of schemes around insurance, right? We have the Ayushman Bharat Yojana. I do expect schemes of that nature to get a boost and to get more of a hike. The second is around skill training, right? Because as you said, industry is looking for people, but if they cannot find, then that means that there's a skill gap and a skill mismatch. And for that, I do expect a recasted Skill India mission, because at this point in time, everyone understands that the Skill India mission is a very important measure, but it needs to be expanded and it needs to be aligned more with industry expectations. So I do believe that when we're talking about youth, and when we're talking about the unemployment crisis, these two measures on social security on one hand, and on skill training on the other hand, very important.
Right. Let me get Aarti here. Aarti, the politics of this is very interesting because we saw a very aggressive opposition in the first session during the oath taking. The highlight of that was also Rahul Gandhi becoming the LOP. But of course, in the all-party meeting yesterday, a host of issues were raised. How do you see the politics of this playing out in the budget and government itself, in some ways, balancing state aspirations? Because the federal character of the country, in some ways, has also become a point of contention under Modi's regime. So that's one thing that the government has been very defensive about. So, almost 3 states asking for special category status, of which 2 are the party's own allies, but the party's own allies are also sort of, in some ways toning down their aspirations of special categories, asking for special packages. How do you think all of this is going to play out when the government itself wants to expand its social security network, but also wants to focus on growth? How do you think the government is going to walk this tightrope?
Years, the government is really going to feel the pressure of numbers. 2 terms, it just was able to do anything it wanted because it had the numbers. But this is the first time that they are now going to have to do a lot of tightrope walking and balance, what it feels is right for, India's growth to achieve that 2047 target of Viksit Bharat, and the demands that are coming in. I mean, whatever, there are, of course, demands from the opposition, but more key are the demands from its own allies. Yes, okay, they may not give special category status, but they are all demanding special packages. And now there's a demand that is coming from Orissa as well. So Orissa is a state that is ruled by the BJP. Now, this means larger financial allocations to these states. And it's like a Pandora's box, once you open that, all kinds of demands are going to come from all kinds of states because all states need money today. So how is the government going to balance all this? We're going to have to watch this. And then, of course, there is an aggressive opposition on the other side, which has a whole host of issues to raise, from unemployment to Manipur to NEET to so on. It's going to be a very, very difficult session for the government. And I think the government is going to have to change its strategy, that strategy that it had for the last 10 years, where it just, steamrollered everybody and did what it wanted to. It's going to have to tone that down and show much more accommodation, much more communication, much more outreach to its allies and to the opposition if it wants a session that accomplishes some business for India's growth.
Right. Sajjan, there's something that I wanted to ask you. In the last few years, if the budget has something that was a constant, it was the Modi government's push for infrastructure. In fact, the capital expenditure has only increased. In fact, it was almost 3.47% of our GDP, 11.5 lakh crore last year. So tell us, when it comes to infrastructure, building these expressways, railway stations, redevelopment of railway stations, airports, this is something that the Modi government has focused a lot on. But at the same time, there are questions about, the quality of the infrastructure. I also believe that some of these aberrations may not really count as the norm. But at the same time, there is also an insistence that the private investment is not increasing as it really must. So what do you think the government will do when it comes to this push towards infrastructure vis-a-vis, every government's political compulsion to also increase social security net? Do you think there'll be some balance that the government will find here?
Politics have always dominated the economy in India, and particularly in the budget. But they should be, as long as dominating, it's okay, but they should not be driving the economy. Now here the question is, one part is of fiscal consolidation, which is important, but the other part primarily, as has been rightly pointed out before, is about the employment generation. And therein you see there is some sort of a consumption pattern is shrinking, and therefore that's a lot of worry. And primarily big infrastructural push that has been the USP of BJP government, not only at the central level, but also at the state level. You see when BJP government comes, the kind of development model they bring is about building expressways and many other big infrastructures. Compared to that, wherein there is a gap, and that they should be feeling is about focusing more on the rural area. And when we see rural area, it should not just be about the organized farming or the big farmers who should be the beneficiary, because rural is not agrarian in per se. Majority of the rural area today is non-agrarian, and therefore it is that space which needs to be capitalized, and the focus on MSME should not just be confined to tier 2, tier 3 cities, but also the sort of enabling features, be it infrastructure, tax incentive, financial support should be given to that sort of thing, wherein you see there are more and more avenues of employment generation at the rural sectors, and these little infrastructures are needed besides continuing the big ones. So that is why at this point of time, the political noise is a lot. We do see political issues dominating, particularly about the special status coming from two allies, and also that kind of creating a sort of domino effect in other areas. But I think we do not see much deviations from the interim budget, and that is why we do not expect more populist measures coming, even though elections are there. So that is why at this point of time, what we need is not just a kind of continuation of fiscal consolidation measure. And away from the populist measure, what is needed, some sort of consideration also for the middle class, because you need to create, not a big sort of a departure from the entry budget, but giving some sort of a feel-good sort of ambience, which is there, some tax consideration, etc. But primarily it is about the tapping into the potential of rural sectors, and by rural I'm saying even the non-agrarian sectors of the rural areas, which is dominating now the rural spaces.
Right. That's going to be very important. Rural economy is going to be the focus. Time for a short break. We'll be back with the discussion in a short while.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Turning point in the U.S. presidential election, with Joe Biden withdrawing from the U.S. presidential race, with Biden endorsing Vice President Kamala Harris as his Democratic nominee. Kamala Harris will be easier to beat, is how Donald Trump is reacting to that endorsement. Monsoon session of the Parliament begins today, with the economic survey to be tabled today, and the budget will be presented by Nirmala tomorrow. All-party meet ahead of the budget session. Congress brings up the Deputy Speaker issue in a key meet, and it's the opposition that's set to raise the issue of NEET and the issue of Manipur in Parliament. Controversial 14-hour workday proposal sparks a row in Karnataka, with the government there proposing that 14-hour workday for the IT sector.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ये आयो भाग पैसाबाजार.com।
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small-scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small-scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं।
वो परफॉर्मेंस आई सारे दी थे बढ़िया रिजल्ट्स मिले।
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves.
Welcome back. We are coming to you from the Parliament. In fact, it's an important day today. The economic survey is going to be tabled around 1 o'clock is what we hear. And there's, of course, history in the making. Nirmala Sitharaman, the finance minister of the country, is going to present the union budget for the 7th consecutive time, surpassing the records of people like Morarji Desai. And, of course, while all eyes are on the budget, the politics of that is also playing out. In fact, there is a lot of expectation from the budget as to what is in there for the common man, for farmers, for women, and most importantly, the youth of the country. Is there going to be some push, for consumption? What is it in for rural economy? More importantly, is there going to be impetus on jobs? And critically, how is the government going to balance states' aspirations of its own allies? And also, how will the government look at promoting jobs, at the same time promoting growth, bringing in reforms? Because the political situation there is slightly different. It's NDA this time, of course, is the most dominant, but of course, it does not have the kind of numbers that we saw in the last 10 years. We have Mitali Nikore, Aarti Jairath and Sajjan Kumar with us. Joining us now is also Aishwarya, my colleague who has been tracking the parliament very closely. Aishwarya, tell us what can we expect today? Of course, the economic survey is going to be tabled, but this is, a session with 19. This is session with 19 sittings. So clearly, there are other bills that are expected. In fact, there's an interesting bill that is going to replace the aviation sector bill that is as old as almost 70 years. So tell us what can we expect from the session, from the politics point of view, and also the budget. What are the expectations?
Well, certainly, we are coming live to you from Arjuna Meghwal's residence, MOS Parliamentary Affairs, who will be shortly leaving from his residence because it is Prime Minister who is expected to give a media bite in the Parliament. As we see before every session, Prime Minister urges different political parties to have a smooth discussion. And yesterday as well, remember, it was Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju who stated that Rajnath Singh, who yesterday chaired the all-party meeting, also appealed to different political parties to have a smooth session and a healthy debate this time as well. And certainly it was urged to all political parties that they whatever they wanted to raise the issues, they can bring in forum, but under the appropriate rules, and government is ready to discuss every issue inside the Parliament in this session as well. So clearly it is government on one side who had urged the political parties to maintain decorum and this time not to see a conflicting session, but certainly at 10 am sharp, Prime Minister will speak inside the Parliament, and post that, yes, of course, if we talk about this session, it will go till 12th of August with 19 sittings, and government had already put out a business as far as 6 bills are concerned. They are going to bring scrapping and replacing of the old aircraft bill with a new one, bringing new bills as far as the banking sectors are concerned, the amendments that needs to be undergone inside the Parliament, and also remember, the government is all prepared to pass a budget for Jammu and Kashmir as well. So all of these are something that government's agenda is, but how it will tackle the demands of the opposition parties as they are demanding major discussion on NEET issue and answers of whether the overhaul of NTA is something that the Ministry of Education will respond inside the Parliament or not.
Absolutely. Thank you, Aishwarya. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Final comments from all our guests. Mithali, there's been a lot of focus on Nari Shakti in the first 2 terms. We did see a lot of impetus being given to Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, and also Ujjwala, which also focused on their livelihood, for that matter, their life. But, then we saw other things like drone didis and banking sakhis come up. Now, what is going to be the focus when it comes to women? What do you think the government will be thinking?
So, Vasudha, I think there are 3 or 4 areas that I'm hearing about, when it comes to women empowerment. The first and very clear agenda, the central agenda when it comes to women empowerment is the female labor force participation rate. I mean, we've been working together with NDTV and with other, media channels trying to highlight how India's female labor force participation rate continues to be quite low compared to other countries, even though in the last 5 years, there has been a massive improvement from 23% in 2017 to 37% in 2023. But the government very clearly realizes and acknowledges that there is a need to improve the quality of the jobs that are going to women. They need to be in the more formal sector, and there are certain enablers for this. There is a care economy, objective that comes in. We need to invest more and more in childcare facilities and elderly care facilities, especially with an aging population. And within the government circles, there's a clear acceptance of this as a major investment priority, not only as a policy priority, but in creating the care infrastructure and services that are required to free up, women's
Final
time when
comments
they're
from
doing
you.
unpaid care work.
What do you think should be, how do you think the politics of disruption, politics of dissonance, politics of dialogue will play out this session? Because we saw a very stormy session last time. It was also probably a trailer to what is to come. So how do you see the politics of this playing out this session?
Vasudha, I think the government must read the mandate correctly and tailor its strategy accordingly, whether it's for the budget or to manage this forthcoming session. The vote, as far as I can see, was not a vote for complete continuity. It was a vote for partial continuity, but for partial change as well. And I think that the government needs to understand and realize that and tailor its strategy accordingly and tailor its economic policies also accordingly, that it cannot proceed on the same old route of the last 10 years. It has to bring some change in to reflect the aspirations of people and reflect the mandate that it has been given this time for the next 5 years. So I would like to see that come in. Continuity, yes, but change also.
Right. Sajjan, do you think that the politically changed situation in the parliament is going to impact the budget? Are there going to be any, any space, any room for radical reforms, or the government is going to basically go with continuity, which has been its mantra, be it the cabinet portfolio distribution or even governance?
Yeah. See, as long as we do see a kind of gap between the policy and the politics. So we have entered into a phase wherein we are going to see a hyper-polarized polity, rhetoric, polemics. So therefore, do expect more apocalyptic language from both the sides. But that is just one aspect. Side by side, the business will continue, and we do see a continuity, because continuity will be disrupted only when we see that kind of the allies are putting a pressure to change its correction, which as of now we do not see that something of that sort happening. All the allies are in sync on the economic policy, except some bargain for their respective states.
Right.
But that is just one aspect. We are going to see a massive gap between the two, the political rhetorics and the policy. Policy will continue, but political rhetoric will intensify.
That's very well said. Time for a short break. Remember that we are coming to you live from the Parliament. The budget session is all set to commence in a short while from now. The Prime Minister is expected to speak at 10 a.m. And of course, the highlight of the session is going to be Nirmala Sitharaman, the Finance Minister of the country, presenting the budget for the 7th consecutive term. And of course, the budget will be, as usual, a tightrope between balancing aspirations of the common man and also focusing on growth and jobs. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more.
Biden withdraws from the US presidential race and endorses Vice President Kamala Harris as the Democratic nominee. Kamala Harris is easier to beat, says Donald Trump. The monsoon session of Parliament begins today. The economic survey will be tabled today, a day ahead of the union budget. The opposition will raise the NEET issue and Manipur in Parliament as well. Another terror attack in the Rajoori district of Jammu just a day after the army chief's visit to the region. One soldier has been injured. A proposal for a 14-hour workday for the IT sector is what the Karnataka government is looking at, a proposal that sparks a row. Ahead of the Jal Abhishek Yatra, security is ramped up in Jammu in Haryana. There was violence last year. The internet is suspended. Police are on alert. An orange alert for heavy rainfall in Mumbai. Water recedes in low-lying areas, but rainfall is expected to continue for 2 days. Good morning. Some breaking news now coming in. It's been confirmed that the Prime Minister will be visiting Kargil during the 25th anniversary of the Kargil War. That's on the 26th of this month. He'll be visiting the Kargil War Memorial, which is in Dras, which is approximately an hour away from Kargil itself. My colleague Nazir Masoodi joins us now for the details. Nazir, what are you hearing?
Well, Prime Minister will be visiting Dras on 26th of this month to celebrate Vijay Divas, which also marks the Silver Jubilee celebrations of the Kargil War victory. And Prime Minister will pay homage to the fallen heroes, 7 Indian soldiers who sacrificed their lives to flush out Pakistani army and their intruders from Kargil in 1999. So Prime Minister will be reaching Srinagar first, and then he will fly to Dras, where he will also address the soldiers' battles report as well. Ladakh's Lieutenant Governor has held at least series of meetings actually in Ladakh, including with the Deputy Commissioner of Kargil, to finalize the arrangements for the Prime Minister's visit. And it is, in a sense, very important visit because it is the 25th year of Kargil Vijay Divas, and Prime Minister himself going there, paying homage to the fallen heroes of Kargil War. And and also Army Chief of Defense Staff, Air Chief are also expected to visit Dras War Memorial that day and pay homage to the fallen heroes. So all the arrangements are being made for Prime Minister's visit to Kargil, to Dras, where he will pay homage.
Let me just come in with a quick question. The timing of this visit is interesting in for a couple of reasons. Number one, it comes despite the budget session of Parliament going on. Secondly, it comes at a time when there have been a series of terror attacks, including today, in the Jammu region. Thirdly, there has been controversy over the entire Agnipath scheme. So I would suggest that this is an opportunity for the Prime Minister to send the message that he stands by our forces and by our army. Is that right?
Exactly. When Prime Minister going, if you see whether it is for Diwali or any other important occasion, Prime Minister has chosen to celebrate it with the army, with the armed force, with BSF.
All right, Nazir, just be with us for a moment. We've got a very special guest with us on the phone line, the former Army Chief, General VP Malik. General Malik was the Army Chief when, 25 years back, the Kargil War took place. Thanks very much, General Malik, for being with us. Your first reactions or thoughts on the Prime Minister deciding to visit? It hadn't been confirmed earlier on, but it appears that Mr. Modi will be travelling.
Good morning, Shom. Vishnu Shom.
Morning, sir.
You know, I believe that the Prime Minister has visited Kargil twice earlier also. In fact, once I spoke to him and he told me that during the war, when he was just a Karyakarta, he had come to Kargil, and I saw some photographs of that. That was during the war also. And now he's coming, it's a good thing. It's, as you know, it's a special occasion, the 25th anniversary of the Kargil Vijay Divas. And I'm glad that he's coming to pay homage to all the people, all the officers, men who were killed in action. I suppose that will be his first duty and responsibility. And he will also be able to meet the families of those people, because this time a very large number of families who were connected with Kargil War, those who fought Kargil War or those who got killed, they are coming here. So I think it's a good message both to the armed forces as well as to the public in general.
General Malik, it also comes at a time when, you know, there have been a renewed spate of terror attacks in the Jammu region. There has been this controversy over the Agnipath scheme. And now the Prime Minister, despite the budget session of Parliament choosing to be in Dras and in Kargil, is important because it seems to send the message that this government and he is with the armed forces. How crucial is that message at this time?
Look, any Prime Minister coming to the front line is always important. It's good for the morale of the armed forces. And this time when he is coming, he will be able to meet a large number of people, and he will definitely send a good message to people who are on the front line. As far as the other things are concerned, like you mentioned about what is happening in Jammu or Agniveer, these are all political problems, and I'm sure he would be paying attention to that also. So these are three different portions of his responsibility, and this also is an important responsibility to come here on the 25th anniversary.
General Malik, a final question. It's been 25 years since the Kargil War, a war where you led the Indian Army to victory. What does it feel like for you personally to be back up there?
Look, it's a great feeling. First, of course, I like to come here to pay homage to the officers and men who were killed in action. I mean, that I think is my first responsibility, and that is what I look at it first time. Also, it gives me an opportunity to meet a lot of people who themselves or whose kith and kin were there, who fought the war and whose kith and kin are coming here for this particular anniversary. And third thing I must tell you, Vishnu, is that at the moment my son is commanding the division, one which I had commanded myself about 35 years ago and which had a major responsibility during the Kargil War. I was in the GOC that time, I was Army Chief, but General Mohinder Puri was there. So that is another reason why I feel good coming here this time.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you very much, General VP Malik, for being with us, and hope to see you in that area in the next couple of days. Thanks very much indeed. But there is some sad news coming in, and a matter of fresh concern of another terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir. This just a day after the visit of the Army Chief in Jammu, where there's been a major terrorist attack at an army camp in Rajouri. One soldier injured. Nazir Masoodi is still with us. Nazir, the details.
Well, it was a pre-dawn attack, clearly a planned attack on an army camp in Gondo area of Rajouri district. Army has repulsed the attack. One army soldier has been injured. This attack has come just a day after Army Chief visited Jammu, held a series of meetings with the top officials of all the security agencies and also with the J&K Lieutenant Governor to devise measures to deal with this spate of attacks in Jammu region, which has a larger, implications on the national security. This attack is also the second attack in 4 days and 10th attack since June 9 in Jammu region. 4 days ago, there was an attack, major attack on an army camp, which was set up in a temporary army camp, which was set up in a high school in Doda region, in which 2 soldiers were, injured. Before that, we know, though, in that encounter, 4 army soldiers, including a captain, were killed in Doda region. So what this attack tells us, number one, militants are trying to show their capability and their footprints across Jammu region. It is attack in, Kutwa, then Doda series of attacks, now in Rajouri, where it has all started. So from Rajouri, Poonch to right up to the Doda, 8 districts in Jammu region are now infested. What's also telling us 60 to 70 foreign militants are operating in this area. They are appear to be highly trained in jungle warfare. Some of them are believed to be the Afghan veterans of the Pak former regulars. So it is a serious challenge. That's why Prime Minister also held the Cabinet Committee on Security and discussed this situation in Jammu recently. He had earlier asked Army to deploy full spectrum of its capabilities to deal with the terrorism in Jammu region. Home Minister has also held a series of meetings, marathon meetings, to discuss security situation. But so far, there is no end to these attacks, even as massive coordinate search operations have been launched across Jammu region.
All right, Nazir, we'll leave it over there. A matter of huge concern, the latest terror attack, news of that coming in from the Rajouri area. Just very briefly, one question. Nazir, this has taken place in the Rajouri area. How far from the LOC is this?
Well, if we say it's not far away from LOC, Rajouri and Poonch districts are bordering, line of actual control. This is where the one part of the infiltration goes on. That is remains the bigger challenge. Number one, when Army Chief visited Jammu, The one of the major concern was how to, prevent infiltration both from the line of control and also international border. And also, that General BSF also visited Jammu yesterday to see how best they can
so
do
not
to prevent
very
any
far
sort of
from the LOC. I take your point over there. I asked that obviously because in the case of the last attack, it was significantly in sight. So that's another cause of concern. The terrorists have actually spread out in that area south of the Peer Panjal. Thanks, Nazir, very much for being with us. Well, the really big international story, it broke very late last night. The US President Joe Biden has dropped out of the US presidential election and has endorsed Vice President Kamala Harris as the Democratic Party's new nominee. It is a massive, massive international political development. The ramifications will be felt around the world. Mr. Biden, who's come under the scanner recently for his ability to lead the United States given his age and mental fitness, has said that he was acting in the best interest of his party and the country. He bows out after a disastrous June debate against Donald Trump. Kamala Harris has confirmed her intention to become America's first woman president. She says she will defeat Donald Trump. Mr. Trump has also reacted with posts on his Truth social network. Remember, he's not on X, Twitter. Mr. Trump says that Biden is not fit to run for president. He is not fit to serve. And Mr. Trump says that it would still be easier to beat Kamala Harris as opposed to Joe Biden. Here's what Trump had to say. But before we bring you Trump's reaction, we've been reaching out to many for reactions in the United States. We spoke to a senior correspondent from the Voice of America. Listen in.
Well, to your first question, what does this mean to the race at this point? It really is just a lot more uncertainty, right? Before the debate, Joe Biden and Donald Trump was really neck and neck in terms of polling. After the debate, after his weak performance where he seemed like he was unable to string two sentences together, Joe Biden suffered massive decline in the polls and a loss of confidence from his own party leaders that grew in kind of pressure to get him to step aside, and that pressure succeeded today about 8 hours ago earlier today. It's still Sunday here in Washington, D.C. So going forward, what will happen? We don't know. That's the short answer. But what we do know is right now, Joe Biden has endorsed Kamala Harris. That endorsement, that support, of course, carries a lot of political weight, even though it's not a given. It's not automatic. He cannot just transfer all the delegates' votes to Kamala Harris because the way it works in the United States, it's not one person, one vote. When we go into the polls, even though we vote for the ticket, what we actually vote is to vote for a delegate from our state to go to the state convention who will then pledge their vote to the nominee, the presidential ticket, the president and the vice president candidate. So we still don't know who the delegates are going to give their nomination, their pledged votes to. At this point, there's a lot of coalescing. There's a lot of getting behind Kamala Harris. Democratic National Committee has given their support to Harris. A lot of senators and congressmen and women, lawmakers have given their support to Harris, but it's still not a given. There could be somebody saying that they want to challenge this. And of course, at that point, the Democrats will have to at least give the impression that there is due process. So the Democratic National Convention, the Democratic National Committee itself has said that they will come up with a nominee in the next coming days, but they haven't really named who that nominee is. Obviously, they have to project this sense of due process, respecting the will of the people.
Well, there are still a lot of open questions about what's next for the Democratic Party. It's not an open road even within the Democratic Party for Kamala Harris just yet. Parmeshwar Bawa takes us through the 5 biggest questions right now.
There are still a lot of open questions about where the Democrats go from here. Here are the 5 biggest questions at the moment. How is the process going to work? Well, the Democratic National Committee had been preparing to hold a virtual roll call vote to officially pick the nominee, starting as early as the middle of next week. But now those plans, which were expected to be finalized and approved by this Friday, are in flux. In a statement after Biden's announcement, the DNC chair has promised that the party will undertake a transparent and orderly process to pick the nominee without offering specifics. The other question is, will anyone else challenge Kamala Harris? Well, Biden's endorsement of his vice president could very well cut off any real opposition, leaving the Democratic Party's bench looking towards 2028 and beyond instead of throwing their hats into the ring. Still, many are wondering about governors like Gretchen Whitmer of Michigan and J.B. Pritzker of Illinois. The other question is, will the rest of the party get in line? Well, even if most of the other would-be hopefuls decide not to run, that doesn't mean the rest of the party will be unanimously behind Kamala Harris. Throughout the past few weeks, in fact, some Democrats, from elected officials to big donors, have fretted about Harris's low favorability ratings throughout her time as vice president. Kamala Harris, by the way, even nodded to the need to earn and win the nomination in her statement, an acknowledgement that a competition, not a coronation, puts her in the best position going into the general election. Now, while pollsters have only started to ask voters whom they would support between Harris and Donald Trump, let alone other possible candidates, across recent polls, Harris actually trails Trump by 2 percentage points nationally on average. That's 46% to 48%. This is an improvement over Joe Biden's standing in the race because he trailed Trump by 3 percentage points in the polling average, 47% to 44%. The last big question, when are we likely to see new polls? Well, maybe soon, but Politico highlights that there's a catch because it is common for pollsters to actually go into the field following big set pieces in the campaign, like a major party's national convention, as we saw in Milwaukee. So many people have probably spent the weekend interviewing voters, but experts also argue that won't necessarily be out of date just because of Biden's announcement. Kamala Harris has already made history by becoming the first black and female vice president in US history, but she has faced concerns over whether she can defeat Donald Trump. Now, the coming days will show if Kamala Harris will indeed be embraced by her party and chosen as the candidate at their Democratic National Convention in August.
All right, Parmeshwara, thanks very much. So it is a fascinating development. Joe Biden has decided to withdraw from the 2024 race for the US presidency. The big question, is this a move that's come perhaps a little late? Neha Dewan, co-national director of South Asians for Biden, joins us. Anand Ahuja, a New York-based attorney. John Rosomondo, a commentator on several US issues. And Puneet Ahluwalia, political and business strategist. Thank you all very much for being with us. Neha, let me come to you first. All right, we don't have Neha just yet. Anand Ahuja, let me come to you first. He is, of course, the Vice President for Indian Americans for Trump. On what basis does Donald Trump at this stage say that it would necessarily be easier for him to defeat Kamala Harris as opposed to Joe Biden?
Vishnu, actually, there are a couple of reasons for that. If you do the SWOT analysis, strengths and weaknesses of Kamala Harris, probably you will see in the list of weaknesses, she has much more weaknesses than the strengths she has. One of the biggest weaknesses she has is that as far as Biden is concerned, Biden has a record of 50 years of public service. So Biden has contributed a lot as far as the public service is concerned in this country. As compared to that, Kamala Harris' contribution is practically nil. Even as a vice president to President Joe Biden, if you see her record, she has been a total failure. She was made czar of southern border. She messed up everything. The border is in crisis. If you see in 2020, she could not win even a single primary. So a person who could not win a single primary from her own Democratic Party, yes, how she is going to contest a general election?
All right, so some key questions, Mr. Ahuja, that you ask. I just wanted to go through a couple of points. Now, there has been support, in fact, people from the Democrat Party firstly reaching out to Joe Biden and praising him. What happens next, we'll come back to that in a moment. But just in terms of quick reactions, Biden has always put country first. He's been a great public servant. Those are a couple of reactions which have been coming in. Leadership over the decades will go down in history. He's a true patriot and a great American. He's a great leader who's done so much. Few public servants have given more. So several reactions from Democrat leaders. But John Rosomondo, let me come to you next. What's been trending on Twitter this morning, in fact, around the world, is what about the endorsement from Barack Obama, and what about Michelle Obama? Is that at all something that needs to be considered, or is there a sense that there is no way she's getting into this?
Well, let's put it this way. Barack Obama is the most powerful person in the Democratic Party. And it's kind of interesting because he has not come out thus far being enthusiastically behind Kamala Harris, but also his role in forcing out his former vice president is very paramount. So I think that you have to look at the fact that Kamala Harris is someone, as the other gentleman said, has been unpopular inside the Democratic Party. She was a poor leader, and she's been mocked by fellow Democrats.
All right. Puneet Ahluwalia, for Republicans, the campaign itself has been entirely based so far on Joe Biden and his ability to lead the United States. So he's no longer going to be a factor in terms of the race itself. Do you believe that they're going to have to change strategy quickly to potentially deal with Kamala Harris?
Well, this is a big political implosion, and we're waiting for the explosion to happen next because Kamala Harris is not really liked by the Democratic machinery. I think the concern was the down ballot because they were going to concern to lose more seats and including the Senate. So I think the strategy which President Trump and the team has is to keep focusing on winning the play states. That's most key and most important. And we've come out very energized and very mobilized after the convention. So we feel very confident. Kamala Harris, as said earlier, she had a lackluster leadership as vice president. She's failed on all fronts. But most importantly, who has been running the White House for the last 2 to 3 years? Because everybody inside the White House knew the mental capability of President Biden was failing. So the concern is who's been leading the White House, what kind of issues that have faced the American people. Those are bigger questions, and that's got to be answered by the Democratic leadership now, because there's a huge disaster. It's been all staged, and donors, including George Clooney and others, are concerned or were concerned. And I think what's going to happen is the onus falls on Kamala Harris and the Democratic leadership to answer the American public. The first thing is it'd be great for President Biden to resign and find a path which is important for the American public to know that who's in the White House.
John Rosamando, has Joe Biden left it too late?
Well, if you look at the most recent potential challenges by the Heritage Foundation, which is a Republican-leaning think tank, that it plans to contest Joe Biden's removal from the ballot in places like Wisconsin, where the law says that you can only remove a candidate if the person dies. So they're going to end up having some problems in states where they won't be able to get Joe Biden off the ballot in the fall. So the Democrats will probably end up having to run a write-in candidacy in some of these states.
A few details firstly on Kamala Harris. Let's bring you a couple of details before I go back to my panelists. She's 59 years old. She's born to an Indian mother, Shamla Gopalan. She's the first female Black South Asian vice president. She's been the San Francisco district attorney to now the presidential nominee. So she's had quite a career herself. She's, in terms of issues which she endorses, abortion is something that's something that she's spoken and dealt with extensively. She supports the right to abortion nationally. On immigration, she supports addressing the root cause of immigration poverty, violence. She's announced a $950 million grant from private companies to minority communities. As far as the Israel-Gaza war is concerned, in March last year, she called for a ceasefire in the Gaza war and supports a two-state solution. John, let me come back to you once again. Just in terms of the big international impact of this, there are two big wars taking place, Israel-Gaza, but there's Russia-Ukraine taking place as well. Assuming that Trump is favored to win, if that does take place, then would there be a huge shift in American policy internationally?
Well, I think that you would end up seeing President Trump prioritize American interests. I think, as he said with the Ukraine war, he would move to pressure both sides to at least reach a ceasefire or some sort of peace deal. There's no way that the Ukrainians are going to retake the areas that the Russians seized early in this conflict. So we'll probably end up seeing something like in Georgia, where the Russians have a de facto control over South Ossetia and Abkhazia. And with regard to Israel, I think that you'll see a ratcheting up of support for Netanyahu to bring an end to the conflict and to get the hostages out.
All right, a couple of details on who might be potential nominees in addition to Kamala Harris. Gretchen Whitmer, a two-term Michigan governor with a national profile, her profile rose during the COVID pandemic. The vice chair of the DNC, she won over 54% of the vote in 2022. J.B. Pritzker, a two-term Illinois governor, a billionaire heir to the Hyatt Hotels, and a top Democratic pollster. Josh Shapiro, the Pennsylvania governor, a crucial Democratic state is Pennsylvania, and is known to be a measured leader focusing on bipartisanship. Anand Ahuja, is Kamala Harris a done deal as far as the Democrats are concerned? Do any of these leaders offer potentially a bigger challenge to Trump?
I doubt it very much. It's not a done deal. You mentioned about Barack Obama not endorsing Kamala Harris. I will add to some other also to that list. For example, Nancy Pelosi has not endorsed Kamala Harris. Chuck Schumer has not endorsed Kamala Harris. So there are a lot of top-level leaders in Democratic Party who have yet to endorse Kamala Harris. Even if they endorse Kamala Harris, as one of the earlier person at your show mentioned, that delegates are at liberty to vote for anybody they believe they have to vote at the time of Democratic Convention taking place in Chicago on August 19th. So we do not know whether all those delegates who are now pledged to Biden are going to vote for Kamala Harris, or somebody else may throw hat in the ring. So we at this particular moment do not know. In 1968, the same Democratic National Party's convention at the same place in Chicago, there was a bloodbath there. There were fights going on at the convention. So this time, again, we do not know whether it's going to be a peaceful convention. There will be unity in the Democratic Party, or there will be fights amongst delegates as well as their respective nominees.
All right. Puneet, just another quick last comment from you. The narrative as far as the Republicans are concerned has obviously shifted in the last couple of days to the assassination attempt on Donald Trump. Do you believe that that's going to be the dominant narrative, or do you believe it's going to be an anti-Kamala Harris narrative, which might in fact be one of the big issues?
I think the hero status of President Trump is going to be one big play itself. I think the lackluster leadership of Kamala Harris is, of course, there. And again, the issues of the Democratic Party for the last 4 years, from immigration to the international wars that are being fought and have no end to it. I think strong leadership is what people are looking for. Low inflation, less taxes. I think a strong economy. That's what kitchen table issues which are concerning people. And that's what would be a driving factor in this coming election. I think we feel strong. But again, having Kamala Harris, and depending on who her VP choice is, but again, first she has to get the nomination. So I believe still, as I said earlier, we've seen the implosion. Now we're waiting for the explosion to happen in the Democratic camp. But on the Republican side, we feel very energized and focused. Again, most importantly, what's good for the American public and American people. And I think Donald Trump is the answer for that.
All right. Thanks, Puneet. And thank you, John Rosamondo and Anand Ahuja. We're going to take a short break. This is going to be a huge story now going forward. Biden dropping out of the race to be the US president. The implications of this, huge indeed. We're going to take a short break. More coming up.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome.
Good morning, everybody. We're coming to you from outside the Parliament. In fact, this is history in the making. Nirmala Sitharaman, the Finance Minister of the country, is going to present the Union budget for the 7th consecutive time, surpassing the records of people like Morarji Desai. The economic survey is going to be tabled today at about 1 p.m. The economic survey is going to also point out to indications as to what the budget could seem like, and what the state of our economy is in 2022. In fact, the economic survey did focus a lot on the agile approach that the country had when it came to countering something like the COVID pandemic. In 2023, it was all about the recovery that the country put in place, the recovery mechanism that the country put in place to handle geopolitical situation like the Ukraine-Russia war, and also the fallout of COVID-19 on economy. So the economic survey is going to get tabled at around 1 p.m. today, and of course Prime Minister Narendra Modi will give his customary media bite around 10 a.m. in which he is also expected to talk about the importance of dialogue and discussion, something that we saw play out in the all-party meeting yesterday, with the ministers insisting that there should have not been any disruptions when the Prime Minister spoke last time during the oath-taking ceremony. In fact, he was replying to the President's message there, and the opposition did continue disrupting his speech, while the opposition has insisted that it will raise slogans, it will talk about, it has asked for time to talk about the NEET controversy, the politics that's playing out in UP over the nameplates of the shops that come on the covered yatra, apart from that, jobs, and also, more importantly, the Manipur conflict. The political situation in the Parliament now is slightly different from what we saw in the last 10 years. The NDA BJP is dominant with 240 MPs, but the NDA with 293 MPs, but clearly the BJP does not have majority of its own. How much of that is going to impact the budget, the first budget under Modi 3.0, because this is the government that will try to walk the tightrope between balancing out the state's aspirations. Remember, at least 3 states have asked for special category status, with BJP's own allies, TDP and JDU, in some ways toning down their aspirations. But at the same time, there are questions on federalism. And of course, more importantly, there will be BJP impetus on jobs and also Yuva Shakti, something that the government is very focused on. Let me go across to my guest, Gopal Krishna Agarwal, who's the spokesperson of the BJP. Thank you, Mr. Agarwal, for speaking to NDTV. You are an economist yourself. Tell us, sir, does the reduced number of the BJP mean anything when it comes to budget, when it comes to aspirations or the economic priorities of the government? Is that going to be slightly different from what we saw in 2014 and 2019?
No, I don't think that is the real situation on the ground, because already it's an NDA government and we have the full majority. The issue is that there is a clear-cut consensus on that if India has to grow, it has to be an economic power. And for that, it requires a strong economy. There are clear-cut issues where the government has to work, where private sector has to work. On the economic side, if all the macroeconomic parameters are very strong, robust, and therefore the challenges are also clear. So I think there is a clear roadmap on which the government has to walk, and there is a consensus on that. So I think there will be no difficulty on these issues. If the opposition doesn't want the governance issues to take front seat, then there may be some problem, but ultimately the public opinion for economic growth and reforms is very clear, and everybody will have to fall in line in that scenario.
Right. Vijay Kumar of the TDP also joins us now. Vijay Kumar, in the last few days, we did see Chandrababu Naidu make a lot of visits to Delhi. In fact, he has had several meetings with ministers. There is insistence on special packages. TDP is not really asking for special category status, something that has been denied by the government to all states, considering the recommendations of the 14th Finance Commission. But of course, there's a lot for the state that you're asking. You're asking for special packages. You're asking for newer airports. At the same time, you're also asking for the state's economy to be built so that you can actually focus on Polavaram and Amravati. But politically also things are sort of hotting up for you, because Jagan Mohan Reddy is going to be in Delhi tomorrow. He's going to speak about political violence that's playing out in Andhra. How are you going to manage both of this, sir? Because on one hand, you are the most important constituent of the NDA. In fact, the budget is expected to have a lot of things for Andhra Pradesh. At the same time, there's also Jagan Mohan Reddy trying to also get some sort of political attention.
Okay, I start with, political thing. Jagan Mohan Reddy is simply saying a bunch of lies. Why? Because there's something like a police department, there's something like administration in the whole of the country. Jagan Mohan Reddy is saying that around 71 people have died in the last 45 days. No police cases were filed, and no YCP people have visited. From where come he has got all those figures? He's saying that almost 1,000 people who are indicted with 307 thing, and around 1,000 government properties for destroyed. He has given to the government also. We from the TDP, before he comes to Delhi and organize his so-called dharna, we just request him to just give the names of the people who have died. He's saying that 36 people have committed suicide and 35 people have been killed by TDP cadre. Please, sir, Mr. Jagan Mohan Reddy, we request you to please give the names. Just names and the areas from there they hail home. All this is bunch of lies. He is just peddling lies. He is going to make a fool of himself in New Delhi.
Okay. Let me go across to Gopal Krishna Agarwal. Mr. Agarwal, there's a lot of discussion about, the capex, the kind of capital expenditure that the government has been undertaking in the last few years. In fact, the government's expenditure on infrastructure has actually hit 3.47%, which is actually quite impressive. 11.5 lakh crore dedicated to just infrastructure growth. But there's also insistence on building quality infrastructure, sir. Is that something that the government will be looking at? Because, be it the quality of bridges, be it rail safety, that is something that, people are asking for. And also, does that also mean that the private investments are not coming as much as the government would have expected?
Surely you have raised an important issue. Important is that the government should continue with its infrastructure investment. One thing is that the infrastructure has multifarious effect and catalyze the economy. It creates ease of living, ease of doing business, reduction in cost of logistics, and it also creates demand in the economy. So the government is bound to continue with its investment drive on the infrastructure. It has continuously increased its level of investment. Second thing is we are also very much conversant that private investment has to build up. There was certain issues with the private investment because there was overcapacity at some point of time. I think that overcapacity in the manufacturing and industrial sector is now completely utilized and it will drive. But some issues about the debt is also important because government borrowing at times sometimes drives out the private borrowing. So government is looking after cheap credit for the private sector, cheaper credit. And for that, so that private investment will build. So we are understanding the challenges. We are understanding the requirement of the economy. We have a clear roadmap. I think we also should understand the change that the public sector undertaking over the last 10 years have created in the whole economic system. They are also investing hugely on the capex.
Right.
If you
yes, sir.
the PPP investments policy, you find huge investment by them also, in addition to what the government is doing.
Absolutely. That is something that has been the highlight of all of the government's budgets. In fact, if you look at one constant in all the 9 budgets that have been presented till now, it is, in fact, the expenditure on infrastructure. Thank you so much, Mr. Agarwal, and thank you, Vijay Kumar, for joining us on this broadcast. Well, important day today. The economic survey is going to be tabled at around 1 p.m. today. The Prime Minister, in a short while from now, will be giving that customary media bite. And, of course, the opposition is all pepped up to put forward that aggressive front when it comes to asking for, this probe on NEET. But incidentally, today is also the day when the Supreme Court is expected to give its order on the NEET controversy. So clearly an important day full of political developments, and the budget gets presented tomorrow. Historic budget in the making, as Draupadi Murmu, the President of India, has already said that there'll be a lot of focus. The Prime Minister has said that he is working 24/7 for the 2047 vision of Viksit Bharat, which is going to be the central theme of the budget that's going to be presented tomorrow, the first budget under Modi 3.0. We are getting you all those updates. Keep watching NDTV.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small-scale industries, kindly give us a export benefits
incentive to us.
But for a micro or small scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही परफॉर्मेंस आई सारे दी थे बढ़िया रिजल्ट्स मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there.
Welcome back. Let's get you the latest from Karnataka. Amid a huge uproar over a bill that directed private firms in Karnataka to reserve jobs for Kannadiga. Now, the state government is planning to raise the working hours of IT staff to 14 hours per day. And to get more on this, we have Pratibha joining us. Pratibha, this basically means that if it's implemented, the extended hours will have the biggest impact on Bengaluru, the IT hub, which basically means 70 hours a week.
In fact, it was a proposal that was also suggested by Mr. Narayan Murthy of the Infosys last year, and this had created huge uproar back then. And now we are talking of a proposal that is yet to be discussed in the cabinet by the Karnataka government, and it is much before that raised a lot of questions, especially among the unions who have already written to them, stating that if at all this proposal is considered, then it would be affecting, number one, the health of most of the employees, and number two, we'll have to also look at the productivity of every company with respect to this. Already they have been working around 10 hours per day, and they are also looking at a flexible work culture is what we hear from several of the employees here. But in the meantime, all eyes are on what the government would do, what would be its next steps, because we haven't really heard, there's been absolutely no word from the government as yet on this. So especially at a time when the Karnataka Assembly session is on, a week after the backlash with respect to the previous bill, a controversial one with respect to reserving jobs for Kannadigas, we have to now look at what will be the steps that will be taken by the politicians here with the Assembly session. Whether this proposal would be discussed in the next cabinet, whether it would be tabled in this particular Assembly session, these are some of the questions that are still being raised. Back to you.
Right. Thank you so much, Pratibha, for getting us those details. With that, we're slipping into a very short break. Back with a whole lot more to stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है। चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो। ए आयो भाग पैसाबाजार.com।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense. where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to.
Welcome back. Let's get you the very latest when it comes to Mumbai. It has been raining heavily in the last 24 hours, and now an orange category warning has been issued for Mumbai, not just today but also for tomorrow and day after. So all the way through Wednesday, very heavy showers are expected. When we talk about the last 24 hours, it's rained about 176 millimeters in Santa Cruz alone, about 157 millimeters in Baikula, about 150 millimeters in Matunga, and about 149 millimeters in Chembur. In Vikhroli, about 143. Now, very heavy showers are expected by the Met Office, and to get more on this, we have Anuj joining us. Anuj, what's the situation on the ground this morning?
The intensity of the rain is differing from place to place and from time to time. We saw that intense spell of rain started off right at the beginning of the day, and the apprehension was that it's a Monday and that people might have to face a lot of issues. And the latest that comes from Mumbai is the fact that the trains which were running on time up until 8:30 a.m. are going a little late now. We saw that there was some work going on in Kalyan station. As a result of that, the central line has been delayed by a whopping 15 to 20 minutes, and that has also resulted in a delay of the other lines as well. The harbour line is running at a delayed time of 10 minutes, whereas the western line is also running at a delayed time of 10 minutes. I'm present here in Bandra East, which is one of the, which connects Bandra of the rest of the city to one of the major corporate centres, that is the BKC. And the rain here is quite intense at this point of time. But I'd like to show around just to get a sense of what kind of traffic we are experiencing here. And the traffic here as of now looks normal, although the rain has been intense. But there has not been much waterlogging reported today, as was the case in the last 48 hours. We also saw the BMC officials and the Karmacharis making sure that the drainage is kept clean so that the capacity of it increases than what it originally supposed to have.
Right. So Anuj, getting us a ground situation as far as Bandra is concerned. We also have Abira joining us from town, from Marine Drive. Abira, is the situation any different, or is the situation only getting better?
It's constantly raining, heavy to very heavy rainfall, but the traffic is slow moving, which is a regular in Mumbai. The only thing that you will see here, the weather is getting very romantic for people who are coming here, and I have few people who have come from Belapur just to enjoy the rain on Marine Drive. आप बेलापुर से आए हो, ट्रेन अगर रुक गई तो आप लोग क्या करोगे?
तो मैम ओला कर लेंगे।
ओला कर लेंगे, आपको पता है कितनी बारिश हो रही है, ट्रैफिक है।
तो बट फिर भी इसका बर्थडे इसलिए हम लोग आए सेलिब्रेट।
So they are celebrating her birthday on Marine Drive, and if you can see, people are really sitting here and enjoying the rain. They really don't care if there is a traffic or their trains will stop. People have come from Navi Mumbai just to enjoy the rain on Marine Drive, so it's a different story here completely.
Right, thank you so much, Avira and Anush, for joining us. Multiple weather systems at play as far as Mumbai is concerned. 5 of them coming up together, which is why we've seen very heavy showers, and that's going to last over the next 3 to 4 days with very heavy rain expected. But let's also get you an update as far as Uttarakhand is concerned. A red alert warning has been issued by the Met Office. Continuous rainfall in Dehradun. The streets have been flooded in several places. People are facing severe difficulties as far as commuting is concerned. The Met Office has issued a red alert for very heavy showers in the state of Uttarakhand. And with that, we're slipping into a very short break. Back with a whole lot more on the other side with my colleague Vishnu. Do stay with us.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
A massive turning point in the race to the White House. Joe Biden withdraws from the U.S. presidential race and endorses Vice President Kamala Harris as the Democratic nominee. Kamala Harris is easier to beat, says Donald Trump. The monsoon session of Parliament begins today. The economic survey will be tabled a day ahead of the budget. The opposition will raise the Manipur issue, also the NEET issue. On Kargil Vijay Divas, the 25th anniversary of the Kargil War, the Prime Minister will visit the Kargil War Memorial in Dras in North Kashmir. This will be on the 26th of this month. The NEET hearing will continue in the top court. This is the medical entrance examination. The Chief Justice of India-led bench is likely to conclude its hearing today. Another terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir's Rajoori district, a fresh attack. A day after the Army Chief's Jammu visit, one soldier has been injured in this pre-dawn attack. There's a rain red alert for Uttarakhand, a landslide on the Kedarnath highway. Pilgrims have been stranded. Dehradun is flooded in parts of Chamoli also cut off. Our top story, the US President Joe Biden has dropped out of the US presidential election and has endorsed Vice President Kamala Harris as the Democratic Party's new nominee, a massive political development with international ramifications. Mr. Biden, who has come under the scanner recently for his ability to lead the US, given his age and mental fitness, has said that he was acting in the best interest of my party and the country. He bows out after a disastrous June debate against Donald Trump. Kamala Harris has confirmed her intention to become America's first woman president and to defeat Donald Trump. Donald Trump has reacted as well with posts on his Truth social network. He's not on Twitter presently, saying that because Biden is not fit to run for president, he's also not fit to serve. He says it would still be easier to beat Kamala Harris than Biden. So that's the big story coming in from the United States.
I want to begin by commending President Biden for a career in public service, for a long, long career in representing and serving our country, and for his handling of the many difficulties and challenges, personal challenges and tragedies that he suffered during his life with so much admirable conduct and the empathy that he derived from those experiences, that he was always proficient at showing to the rest of us.
Well, to your first question, what does this mean to the race at this point? It really is just a lot more uncertainty, right? Before the debate, Joe Biden and Donald Trump was really neck and neck in terms of polling. After the debate, after his weak performance where he seemed like he was unable to string two sentences together, Joe Biden suffered massive decline in the polls and a loss of confidence from his own party leaders that grew in kind of pressure to get him to step aside, and that pressure succeeded today. About 8 hours ago, earlier today. It's still Sunday here in Washington, D.C. So going forward, what will happen, we don't know. That's the short answer. But what we do know is right now, Joe Biden has endorsed Kamala Harris. That endorsement, that support, of course, carries a lot of political weight, even though it's not a given. It's not automatic. He cannot just transfer all the delegates' votes to Kamala Harris, because the way it works in the United States, it's not one person, one vote. When we go into the polls, even though we vote for the ticket, what we actually vote is to vote for a delegate from our state to go to the state convention, who will then pledge their vote to the nominee, the presidential ticket, the president and the vice president candidate. So we still don't know who the delegates are going to give their nomination, their pledged votes to. At this point, there's a lot of coalescing. There's a lot of getting behind Kamala Harris. Democratic National Committee has given their support to Harris. A lot of senators and congressmen and women, lawmakers have given their support to Harris, but it's still not a given. There could be somebody saying that they want to challenge this. And of course, at that point, the Democrats will have to at least give the impression that there is due process. So the Democratic National Convention, the Democratic National Committee itself has said that they will come up with a nominee in the next coming days, but they haven't really named who that nominee is. Obviously, they have to project this sense of due process, respecting the will of the people.
There are still a lot of open questions about what's next for the Democratic Party. My colleague Padmeshwar Bawa takes us through the 5 biggest questions at the moment.
There are still a lot of open questions about where the Democrats go from here. Here are the 5 biggest questions at the moment. How is the process going to work? Well, the Democratic National Committee had been preparing to hold a virtual roll call vote to officially pick the nominee starting as early as the middle of next week. But now those plans, which were expected to be finalized and approved by this Friday, are in flux. In a statement after Biden's announcement, the DNC chair has promised that the party will undertake a transparent and orderly process to pick the nominee without offering specifics. The other question is, will anyone else challenge Kamala Harris? Well, Biden's endorsement of his vice president could very well cut off any real opposition, leaving the Democratic Party's bench looking towards 2028 and beyond instead of throwing their hats into the ring. Still, many are wondering about governors like Gretchen Whitmer of Michigan and J.B. Pritzker of Illinois. The other question is, will the rest of the party get in line? Well, even if most of the...
Right, we're going to come back to the latest on the US developments. An important press conference from the cricket board. Let's listen in.
Big shoes to fill, but then looking forward to it.
Can you tell us about your working relationship with the BCCI Secretary, How did this entire appointment came to be? Can you explain us?
No, I think I've got a fabulous relationship with him. Mr. Jaisha, I think we go a long way back, and all these speculations about different things, we've been on different pages. I think all this, I think we can do a better job from probably clarifying those things rather than putting it in the press, because we go a long way back, and so far I think it's been a great relationship. Hopefully it continues that way, because the betterment of Indian cricket is more important. Gautam Gambhir is not important. I think if all of us have our heart in the right place, and if all of us think that Indian cricket needs to move forward, for that I think all of us are on the same page. So really enjoyed so far working with him, and hopefully I can continue the same in future as well.
I don't think I can answer it for both. As players, both of you suffered from selectorial apathy at times and bounced back magnificently. In this case, players like Sanju, Abhishek and Rutu being omitted from certain squads. Were they spoken to, and how would you put an arm around their shoulder, and because they would obviously feel a little bit hard done.
I mean, every player who's left out feels hard done by. Our challenge is to pick only 15 to try and get the best balance possible. So someone's likely to miss out. Sometimes they've had some decent performances in recent times, but you've got to see who's picked ahead of them. I mean, are those guys not deserving of their place? If that's the thing, then there is things to discuss. But at this stage, I mean, we had an opportunity to give some of those guys, a go in the Zimbabwe series, which was good. So we have enough depth. If tomorrow there's loss of form from the players that are playing, or there are injuries, but it's tough. I think Rinku, for no fault of his, missed out from the World Cup. It's an example. He had a terrific T20 leading up to the World Cup, but it's sometimes just the way it goes. Unfortunately for us as well, it's difficult to fit everyone in the 15. And as tough as it is for the player, that's generally a life of a player. Yeah? That's why when you get an opportunity, you try and put up performances. So as soon as somebody who's ahead of you is not quite up to the mark, or there's an injury there, you're ready to pick. And you could take a lot of names. You've taken 3 names, but there are a lot of names, and it's tough on them. But that's just the reality. Yeah? We can only pick 15.
What about Ravindra Jadeja in 48? Is he not going to be the part again, or like is rest?
Yeah, I think it would have been really, pointless to take both him and Akshar for this short series. We know what Jaddu's done. He's had a terrific World Cup, 50-over World Cup. So, no, not at all dropped. I think all options are open, but either of them wouldn't have played all 3 games if we'd taken both. That was the thing. There's a big test season coming up where he's likely to feature in a lot of the tests out of that. So, I don't think 3 games would have mattered. I think we probably should have clarified that after the selection, that he's not been dropped. He's still within the scheme of things and very important as a player.
I have a question for each of you. You mentioned that you're taking over the presidency. The fact that in the next less than 12 months now, you're going to take 10 important test matches and the Champions Trophy. How do you balance it out while starting your sprint, considering the challenges that are lined up?
That would have always been a challenge, because when you take over in all the 3 formats, and more importantly, that after the Sri Lanka tour, we got a long break. We got a month break, and then we've got 10 test matches. I think that's not bad, because then you're playing continuously those 10 test matches. There's a big tour of Australia coming up as well. But then again, I think that is what challenge is all about. And more importantly, really excited about it. And hopefully we can do really well in those 10 test matches. And the chairman has already said it, that some of the players who did miss out on this tour to Sri Lanka, because there are 10 test matches, and someone like Ravindra Jadeja is very important for all those 10 test matches. So yes, I think really looking forward to all those 10 test matches.
You mentioned the reasons for looking beyond Hardik as T20 captain. You were not around personally when he was handed over the charge, but some of the members were former. So in that sense, was it a unanimous decision to kind of look at other options, and what signal does it send to a larger picture that you can't take anything for granted as a player?
Yeah, I don't think any player takes it for granted anyway. Every time you try and play, your place is on the line, you want to perform. I mean, these discussions don't happen overnight. We sort of discussed them through the last few months, leading up to the World Cup as well. So, I mean, these chats had happened before as well, and it's not an overnight thing where you just decide that someone should be captain or shouldn't be captain. There's obviously a lot of thought goes in. You get a lot of feedback from the dressing room as well. What sort of qualities that you're looking for, and I mean, the biggest thing is the captain should be on the park more often than not. I mean, that's a prerequisite really, and hopefully Surya does that, and so far there's never been a concern with his T20 batting anyway.
A couple of senior players that you'll be working with are Rohit and Virat. The role is appointed to the captain of the WBC. How much quality cricket is left with the tour when you think?
Look, I think they've shown what they can deliver on the big stage, whether it was the T20 World Cup, in the 50-over World Cup as well. See, one thing I can be very clear of, I think both those guys have got a lot of cricket left in them. And more importantly, with Champions Trophy and a big tour of Australia, obviously they would be motivated enough because, and then hopefully if they can keep their fitness, 2027 World Cup as well. But this is a very personal decision. I can't say how much cricket is left in them. Ultimately, it's up to them as well. It's up to the players. How much can they contribute in the team's success? Because ultimately, it's the team that is important. But looking at what Virat and Rohit can deliver, I think they still have a lot of cricket, and they're still world-class players. And obviously, any team would want to have both of them for as long as possible.
I didn't quite hear the question properly. I heard. Yeah. Yeah.
Where does that, can you respond the fine points of Kargil as a vice captain, and where does that leave the previous deputies like Umrah, Rishabh Pant and Srikanth?
Yeah, I mean, Rishabh's been out for a long time. Yeah. We need to get him back playing. That's the first thing. He's going to be a key to us as a player. Hasn't had a lot of cricket, so we've seen what he can do in international cricket. He's won Test series almost off his own bat. So we want him back playing. I think that's the first thing. You don't want to burden somebody again who's just coming back after over a year out of the game. KL, look, I mean, KL's not been part of T20 now for a little while. Again, like I said, you look at some of the feedback that you get. We've got a chance to reset the button a little bit. We've got a bit more time to plan. You want to try and see. I mean, this time T20, frankly, when Hardik did get injured, was a little bit of a challenge. At that point, Rohit wasn't playing. Rohit was still around, made our life a lot easier that he could come and lead. We don't want that situation going forward again. Shubman's the guy that we feel again as he's a 3-format player, firstly, and seems to show a lot more qualities over the last year or so that we hear from the dressing room, and that's why we want to try and have somebody who can also learn from a couple of the senior guys that are there, Surya in this instance or Rohit who's still around. So we don't face the same challenges as suddenly trying to look for a captain in case there are injuries or loss of form somewhere. So that's the idea. Again, he's shown some decent leadership qualities, and we want to try and get him the experience that he can going forward. And that's the thought. There are no guarantees in life, but at this point, that's the thought.
I have one question each for Ajit and Gautam. Ajit, Rishabh Pant, ever since his return, he's mainly played T20 cricket. So how did you weigh his performance, or how did you take a call of leaving Sanju Samson out of ODIs and playing Pant as the second wicketkeeper for the first? And for Gautam, you are someone who's advocated for players to consistently play all matches instead of picking and choosing. So going forward, how do you look forward to managing the likes of, say, Rohit, Kohli, or even Bumrah, who often tend to manage their workload and miss out on assignments?
Look, I've said it before that workload management for someone like Jasprit Bumrah is important. But for a batter, if they can play consistently, if they're in good form, might as well just play all the games. And with now Rohit and Virat not playing T20 cricket, they only have 2 formats to look after. So I'm sure they're going to be available for most of the games. But yes, for Jasprit Bumrah, because he's one rare kind of a bowler which anyone would want, so it's our responsibility to try and have him fresh for most of the important games. That's why workload management, not only for Jasprit Bumrah, but for most of the fast bowlers, becomes really, really important.
With regards to Rishabh, I mean, before his unfortunate accident, I mean, he's been a key player for us here. So now that he's back, like I said, we want to get him around the group again, playing again. So KL's been terrific in one-day cricket. We've seen he had a great World Cup as well. So yeah, unfortunately, someone had to miss out, and in this instance, it was Sanju. Look, these guys will have to keep getting runs, keep performing. Otherwise, there is another quality player waiting. Big test season coming up. We obviously feel these two will have a huge role to play, and to get Rishabh playing again, just like you said, he's only played T20 cricket. To get him 50 over will be another step forward. Hopefully he can keep building on what he's done so far.
Thank you. You have worked with most of them. So what is a road ahead? Like how do you plan to get all of you together? What's the current
See, this is going to be the crux of the support staff. But then, as I said, that we still have 1 month after the Sri Lanka tour. Obviously, we'll try and finalize after the Sri Lanka tour. But importantly, yes, I've worked with people like Ryan. I've worked with Abhishek very closely in last 2 months, especially during the IPL. So obviously enjoyed working with them. Absolute thorough professionals, both Ryan and Abhishek. Hopefully they can have a really successful stint with the Indian team. There can't be a bigger, better opportunity. I think, so hopefully we can have a successful tenure as coaches, and really looking forward to working with the rest of the other guys as well. I've had some really good feedback from the players about the other guys as well. So really looking forward to working with most of them.
What are the learnings from your mentorship of actually NSC and KKR that you would want to apply in coaching tenure? Or like how fast is coaching as compared to being a mentor?
My experience or my learning has been very simple. In a sport, it's all about winning. So I don't deviate from something like that, because we are in a profession where ultimately there can only be one winner. And we try and play fair, we try and play hard, and more importantly, we try and come back in a winning dressing room and a happy dressing room. And a happy dressing room is a winning dressing room. So very simple. See, I think I don't like complicating things. That's the kind of profession I'm in, and hopefully we can continue that way. Ultimately, it's the players' team. Support staff is there to try and maximize and try and get the maximum out of their potential, make them express the way they want to, give them a lot of freedom, and more importantly, try and make them happy as well, because sometimes international cricket can be tough, can be insecure as well, because only 15 can play, but more importantly, it's the job of the support staff to try and keep them in a happy space, and that is going to be one thing which we definitely will be working forward.
Are you looking to have or planning to have specialized teams for all your different formats? And is Surya's name being discussed for ODI team as well against India?
Sorry, specialized, I didn't.
Are you looking to have or planning to have specialized teams for all 3 different formats? And is Surya's name discussed for ODI?
See, eventually going forward, these things happen. Like for example, Virat and Rohit and Ravindra is not there in T20. So it will happen. But can't say right now that they're going to be 3 different teams. I think T20 will obviously go through a transition with 3 seriously good players, world-class players, retiring from T20 format. But yes, in 50 overs and Test cricket, I'm sure I think the more consistent we can be, the better it is going to be. The more players who can play both the formats, it is always better for any team. So that's my opinion. I think Chairman can give his opinion. That's what I feel.
Yeah, I think on the same page, really. I mean, you don't decide having 3 different teams. If you got players who can play all 3 formats, then you include them, yeah, because that means they are quality players. So it's just to try and find the best balance for the format that you're playing, whether that means it's the same players across 3 formats or different. It's just what works for the team at this point. you can already see. I mean, there are enough players who are good enough to play all three formats, and that's the case. I don't think anything's pre-decided. Eventually, you try and pick the best 15. No, we haven't discussed Surya at this point. In ODI, Shreyas is back, KL is back. They've had great World Cups. Rishabh is back as well. So there is some real quality through that middle order. So no, I think at this point, Surya is a T20 player.
Maybe last few questions. Yes.
I have a question for both. Considering the long test season coming ahead, have you had discussions? Would you like most of the test regulars to play at least one game in the
Philip Trophy. I haven't discussed with Gautam yet. This is the first time we've met, so we've had a few conversations. But we will look. It's not always easy, but there will certainly be.
Well, the Prime Minister is expected to give a customary address ahead of the budget session in Parliament. As you can see, his cavalcade is arriving. It's going to pull up at Parliament any moment now. But amid the acrimony between the ruling dispensation and the opposition parties, the budget session of Parliament, it will take up 5 bills for consideration and passing today, but not any major economic legislation. The budget session between today and the 12th of August will have a total of 16 sittings, and Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will table the economic survey in Parliament today. As you can see, the Prime Minister's cavalcade has arrived at Parliament. We are expecting Mr. Modi to address everyone ahead of the budget session. Now, this is a customary address. It does happen ahead of the budget session annually, but the Union Budget for 2024-25 will be presented tomorrow, the 23rd of July. 5 bills have been listed for introduction, consideration and passing during the session, excluding the Finance Bill of 2024. In fact, the Disaster Management Amendment Bill 2024 that seeks to bring clarity and convergence in the roles of different organizations working on disaster management. It's one of the big things we have our eyes on. But amid the acrimony between the ruling dispensation and the opposition parties, this budget session that starts today will take up 5 bills for consideration and passing.
नमस्ते साथियों, आज सावन का पहला सोमवार है। इस पवित्र दिवस पर एक महत्वपूर्ण सत्र का प्रारंभ हो रहा है और सावन के इस पहले सोमवार को मैं देशवासियों को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। आज संसद का मानसून सत्र का भी आरंभ हो रहा है। देश बहुत बारीकी से देख रहा है कि संसद का यह सत्र सकारात्मक हो, सृजनात्मक हो और देशवासियों के सपनों को सिद्ध करने के लिए एक मजबूत नींव रखने वाला हो। साथियों, भारत के लोकतंत्र की जो गौरव यात्रा है, उसमें ये एक महत्वपूर्ण पड़ाव के रूप में मैं देख रहा हूं। व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे भी, हमारे सभी साथियों को भी ये अत्यंत गर्व का विषय है कि करीब 60 साल के बाद कोई सरकार तीसरी बार वापस आए और तीसरी पारी का पहला बजट रखने का सौभाग्य प्राप्त हो, ये भारत के लोकतंत्र की गौरव यात्रा की अत्यंत गरिमापूर्ण घटना के रूप में देश इसे देख रहा है। ये बजट सत्र है। मैं देशवासियों को जो गारंटी देता रहा हूं, क्रमशः रूप से उन गारंटियों को जमीन पर उतारना, इस लक्ष्य को लेकर के हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। ये बजट अमृतकाल का एक महत्वपूर्ण बजट है। हमें 5 साल का जो अवसर मिला है, आज का बजट हमारे उन 5 साल के कार्य की दिशा भी तय करेगा। और ये बजट 2047 जब आजादी के 100 साल होंगे, तब विकसित भारत का जो हमारा सपना है, उस सपने को पूरा करने की मजबूत नींव वाला बजट लेकर के हम कल देश के सामने आएंगे। हर देशवासी के लिए एक गर्व की बात है कि भारत बड़ी इकोनॉमी वाले देशों में सबसे तेज गति से आगे बढ़ने वाला देश है। गत 3 वर्षों में लगातार 8% ग्रोथ के साथ, 8% ग्रोथ के साथ हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, हम ग्रो कर रहे हैं। आज भारत में पॉजिटिव आउटलुक, इन्वेस्टमेंट और परफॉर्मेंस एक प्रकार से अपॉर्चुनिटीज की पीक पर है। ये अपने आप में भारत की विकास यात्रा का एक अहम पड़ाव है। साथियों, मैं देश के सभी सांसदों से, किसी भी दल के क्यों न हो, मैं आज आग्रहपूर्वक कहना चाहता हूं कि हम गत जनवरी से लेकर के हम लोगों के पास जितना सामर्थ्य था, उस सामर्थ्य को लेकर के जितनी लड़ाई लड़नी थी लड़ ली। जनता को जो बात बतानी थी बता दी। किसी ने राह दिखाने का प्रयास किया, किसी ने गुमराह करने का प्रयास किया, लेकिन अब वो दौर समाप्त हुआ। देशवासियों ने अपना निर्णय दे दिया। अब चुने हुए सभी सांसदों का कर्तव्य है, सभी राजनीतिक दलों की विशेष जिम्मेवारी है कि हमने दल के लिए जितनी लड़ाई लड़नी थी लड़ ली। अब आने वाले 5 वर्ष के लिए हमें देश के लिए लड़ना है, देश के लिए जूझना है, एक और नेक बनकर के जूझना है। मैं सभी राजनीतिक दलों से भी कहूंगा कि आइए हम आने वाले 4 साढ़े 4 साल दल से ऊपर उठ करके सिर्फ और सिर्फ देश को समर्पित होकर के संसद के इस गरिमापूर्ण मंच का हम उपयोग करें। जनवरी 29 जब चुनाव का वर्ष होगा, आप उसके बाद जाइए मैदान में, सदन का भी उपयोग करना है कर लीजिए। वो 6 महीने जो खेल खेलने खेल लीजिए, लेकिन तब तक सिर्फ और सिर्फ देश के गरीब, देश के किसान, देश के युवा, देश की महिलाएं, उनके सामर्थ्य के लिए, उनको एम्पावर करने के लिए जन भागीदारी का एक जन आंदोलन खड़ा कर करके 2047 के सपने को पूरा करने के लिए हम पूरी ताकत लगाए। मुझे आज बहुत दुख के साथ कहना है कि 2014 के बाद कोई सांसद 5 साल के लिए आए, कुछ सांसदों को 10 साल के लिए मौका मिला, लेकिन बहुत से सांसद ऐसे थे जिनको अपने क्षेत्र की बात करने का अवसर नहीं मिला, अपने विचारों से संसद को समृद्ध करने का अवसर नहीं मिला, क्योंकि कुछ दलों की नकारात्मक राजनीति ने देश के संसद के महत्वपूर्ण समय को एक प्रकार से अपनी राजनीतिक विफलताओं को ढांकने के लिए दुरुपयोग किया है। मैं सभी दलों से आग्रहपूर्वक कहता हूं कि कम से कम जो पहली बार सदन में आए हैं, ऐसे बहुत बड़ी संख्या में हमारे माननीय सांसद हैं और सभी दल में हैं, उनको अवसर दीजिए, चर्चा में उनके विचारों को प्रकट करने का मौका दीजिए, ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोगों को आगे आने का अवसर दीजिए। और आपने देखा होगा कि पार्लियामेंट के नए संसद गठन होने के बाद जो पहला सत्र था, 140 करोड़ देशवासियों ने बहुमत के साथ जिस सरकार को सेवा करने का हुक्म किया है देशवासियों ने, उसकी आवाज को कुचलने का अलोकतांत्रिक प्रयास हुआ। 2.5 घंटे तक देश के प्रधानमंत्री का गला घोंटने का, उनकी आवाज को रोकने का, उनकी आवाज को दबाने का लोकतांत्रिक परंपराओं में कोई स्थान नहीं हो सकता है और इसका कोई पश्चाताप तक नहीं है, दिल में दर्द तक नहीं है। मैं आज आग्रहपूर्वक कहना चाहता हूं, देशवासियों ने हमें यहां देश के लिए भेजा है, दल के लिए नहीं भेजा है। ये सदन दल के लिए नहीं, ये सदन देश के लिए है। ये सदन सांसदों तक की सीमा तक नहीं है, 140 करोड़ देशवासियों की एक विराट सीमा करके ये लिए है। मैं विश्वास करता हूं कि हमारे सभी माननीय सांसद पूरी तैयारी के साथ चर्चा को समृद्ध करेंगे। कितने ही विरुद्ध विचार होंगे, विरुद्ध विचार बुरे नहीं होते हैं, नकारात्मक विचार बुरे होते हैं। जहां सोचने की सीमाएं समाप्त हो जाती है, देश को नकारात्मकता की जरूरत नहीं है। देश को एक विचारधारा, प्रगति की विचारधारा, विकास की विचारधारा, देश को नई ऊंचाइयों पर ले जाने वाली विचारधारा से हमें आगे बढ़ाना होगा। मैं पूरा ही आशा करता हूं कि हम लोकतंत्र के इस मंदिर का भारत के सामान्य मानवीय की आशा आकांक्षाओं को पूर्ण करने के लिए सकारात्मक रूप से उपयोग करेंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद साथियों।
Well, Prime Minister Narendra Modi there saying that today is the first Monday of Sawan. It's an important session that's starting on an auspicious day. He added that he's expecting this entire session to be a positive one. In fact, This monsoon session of Parliament kicks off today with Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman set to table the economic survey along with a statistical appendix a day ahead of the highly anticipated Union Budget 2024. As the name suggests, the economic survey is a detailed report of the state of the national economy in the financial year that is coming to a close. We'll of course keep getting you the latest as far as this budget session is concerned. For now, we're slipping into a very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
A massive turning point in the race to the White House. Joe Biden withdraws from the US presidential race and endorses VP Kamala Harris as the Democratic nominee. Kamala is easier to beat, says Donald Trump, but Kamala Harris is still not the official pick for the Democrats. The monsoon session of Parliament is to begin today. The Prime Minister has already given his customary address. Kargil Anniversary Silver Jubilee, while the Prime Minister is expected to visit Dras. Prime Minister Modi will visit Kargil War Memorial in Dras on the 26th of July. The NEET exam hearing will continue in the Supreme Court. A CGI-led bench is likely to conclude the hearing for these NEET exams today.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport, where we show.
So the monsoon session or the budget session of the Parliament begins today with what will be the economic survey, which will be tabled by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman in some time from now. 11 a.m. is when the Parliament session begins, but the note on which the Prime Minister begins this session sends a clear message to the opposition that yes, the mandate may be that of coalition government, but the way Prime Minister Modi is seeing this mandate is that of Modi 3.0, that there is a new government, yes, but the new government is under Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Some very sharp words coming in from the Prime Minister, where he said that certain political parties are taking refuge in shouting and screaming and pandemonium to hide their own failures. He has come out all guns blazing against the opposition, that the real politics cannot be about pandemonium and disruptions. It has to be about discussion and debates, because there are several new parliamentarians who have to answer to their constituents as well. So some very, very sharp reactions coming in from the Prime Minister there in his customary soundbite, which he gave just a few minutes back. And before that, a number of adjournment motions have been moved as well by various political parties in opposition who are demanding that there should be a discussion on the UPSC. Let's bring in Sajjan Kumar as well, who's joining us. Sajjan, this is very different from the bite that the Prime Minister gave, that customary sound bite last time around on the inaugural session. He was sounding reconciliatory, but this time it is lots about the way he sees the mandate and the way he wants his party and the ministers to see the mandate, that they will continue to speak from the position of strength, and they will not be, bucking under pressure or tolerating what many see that the Treasury benches have to walk an extra mile, because this is a coalition government, to make the House function.
Yes, Maria, there are three aspects. One is, of course, we see a war of perception, and Prime Minister is leading from the front, wherein his conveying a message to all the BJP rank and file that though BJP has lost the majority, but still the policy continuation is going to be there. And that is why you see he's talking about 2047 vision, India becoming a developed country, etc. So in terms of the policy pitch, you see a narrative coming from Prime Minister wherein continuity is the theme of his speech. So that's the war of perception. Second, he is also cognizant of the fact that the politics has entered into a phase of hyperpolarization. So be geared to listen more apocalyptic language, the sort of kind of hyperpolarization that is going to be a new normal. So you will see we are witnessing two aspects, and it's the coalition of or coexistence of the misfits. One, the policy continuity seems to be the one aspect which is going to be there despite BJP losing majority and NDA is there. But in terms of the narrative and rhetoric, we are going to see much more intensification of the debates and the speech. And therefore, Prime Minister is batting on two fronts.
This is about, yes, the opposition sounding nihilistic that everything is lost, and the government trying to course correct it or send a message that what they are doing, what the opposition is doing is pure rhetoric. So in this battle of narrative or perception, the Prime Minister today counter the narrative which is coming in from the opposition. But the question is, how will the House function? Yes, there is policy continuity. You have the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, who will be creating history tomorrow. India's only a budget is a seventh time in a row. She would have, surpassed the record that was set by Morarji Desai, who presented 6 budgets 6 decades ago. So certainly policy continuity clearly visible. But in terms of how will the House function, because House isn't really about just policy alone, it is as much about politics. And we have seen that Treasury benches that did not happen when
Exactly, and that is why reach out to the opposition. And from the Treasury benches, we also see turn of what used to be the nature of politics, say, until now.
Unlikely.
Because it's not just the case about India. You see on the global level, in terms of the global, some sort of very
all that very well taken, but this is, no matter what the nature of the budget, we know how the reaction of the opposition to any budget has been, be it the UPA or the NDA. Before 2014, we could almost predict how the BJP and political parties would react to a budget which was presented by Dr. Manmohan Singh. And now we know what will be the reaction to the budget which is presented by Nirmala Sitharaman tomorrow. But Anshula Vijit, looking at the way the House functioned, and one point that was made by the Prime Minister was also that is there some kind of overreaction on the part of the opposition also? That are you reading the mandate on a note which is not really correct? I mean, you are celebrating a mandate. I'm talking about the Congress party per se. You're still below 100.
We can celebrate our mandate the way we want to. Who are they to tell us? They got, in the last Lok Sabha election, they got barely 300 seats or something like that. They thought they won the entire country over. They got less than the popular vote. They got about 37% of the vote share. That means 64% of the people didn't vote for them. But majority of the country was against them. They didn't vote for them. But the kind of draconian measures, the kind of arrogance, the kind of blanking out of the opposition, the use of agencies, the kind of laws that went through, how many bills went to the select committee of the parliament is what I'd like to know. Barely 15 to 20%. So what they were behaving like when they got 300
just hold on to your thoughts.
Yeah.
In fact, the Congress whip in the Lok Sabha, Gaurav Gogoi, is speaking. Let's listen in.
हमारी गुजारिश को कबूल करें और नीट को लेकर एक पूरा दिन चर्चा हो, उच्च शिक्षा को लेकर चर्चा हो।
तो कांग्रेस ने सवाल उठाया है कि दशकों पुराना जो नियम था, भारत सरकार के कर्मचारी एम्प्लॉई आरएसएस की कार्यविधियों में शामिल नहीं होंगे, उस पर से सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट ने बैन हटा लिया है। कांग्रेस का आरोप है कि ऐसे में जो नौकरशाह है वो घुटने टेक देगा सरकार के सामने।
देखिए, मुझे तो ये आरएसएस और भाजपा की जुगलबंदी लगती है। कुछ दिन पहले मोहन भागवत जी ने जो टिप्पणी उठाई भगवान को लेकर, सुपरमैन को लेकर, उनकी नाराजगी को ख़त्म करने के लिए आज भाजपा सरकार इस प्रकार के रूलिंग निकाल रही है। और हमें पता है, चाहे यूपीएससी में हो, चाहे एनटीए में हो, आज देश की जो दुर्दशा है वो इसलिए ही है क्योंकि आरएसएस के लोग अब सरकार के हर वर्ग में घुस रहे हैं।
Deputy Leader of the Congress Party in the Lok Sabha, Gaurav Gogoi, there sending a message that for them the issue of NEET is important. There are concerns regarding unemployment and economic or rural distress as well. But let me bring in the guests again. And Sajjan, politics will take priority or precedent over anything that will be said on the issue of economy. But tomorrow will be a historic day because Nirmala Sitharaman will be presenting a 7th consecutive budget, the first finance minister of the country to do so. But talking about that, the history that will unfold tomorrow, the optics of it particularly. First woman finance minister to full-time woman finance minister, first full-time woman defense minister, so she has broken many a glass ceiling, and another one will be broken tomorrow.
Exactly, Maria. That's sort of a history because after Morarji Desai, she has already she is going to break the record and being a woman finance minister. Of course, there are structural challenges to economy like other countries in post-pandemic context, but comparatively, if we see the fiscal consolidation part, India's record is India is doing way better than many of the European countries in the aftermath of the pandemic. However, the challenges are also structural. Within that growth rate, I mean, nearly for the last 3 years, 8% GDP growth rate. But that is not having a resonance with the youths and primarily the tier 2, tier 1 and tier 3 cities and the rural youths. That is one aspect. And that is why government has a lot to kind of catch up. So yes, there is a basic safety net which is there. But now with the new generation, there is also a sort of aspiration. So the kind of reconciliation between the politics and economics has to be a politics of aspiration which caters not just to the minimum bare existence of the poor segment and the lower middle class, but also caters to the new Gen Zs. They are rural Gen Zs, they are Dalit Gen Zs, they are tribal Gen Zs. So that we have to take their aspirational, because in the field we find that they say, how long do you expect us to keep on getting satisfied just with free ration? We need employment also. And therefore, enabling factor from the
Just hold on to your thoughts, Sajjan, and Anshul, just stay with us. We are slipping into a short break because 11 is when the Parliament begins in terms of the functioning of the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha. This remains our top focus here on NDTV. A quick break and then we return.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. Janta ko decide karna hai.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small-scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small-scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity."
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Prime Minister Modi's message for the opposition ahead of the budget session, with the Prime Minister urging the opposition to let the House function. He's gone on to say the opposition is playing politics in the Parliament, and that is unfortunate, is what the Prime Minister has said. Monsoon session of the Parliament begins with the economic survey that's going to be tabled today and the budget to be presented tomorrow. The opposition said to raise issues such as NEET as well as Manipur in the Parliament. And Kargil Silver Jubilee, that's the 25th anniversary of the Kargil Anniversary, will be celebrated with the Prime Minister. He will be visiting Dras. It is the Prime Minister who will visit the Kargil War Memorial in Dras on the 26th of July. Another terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir's Rajoori district, fresh attack a day after the army chief's visit. It is the Jammu visit after which one soldier has been injured in an attack that's taken place at the army camp. Team India coach Gautam Gambhir on the equation with Kohli. Well, he has gone on to say that he has an excellent relationship with Virat Kohli. My responsibility is to make a secure dressing room, is what Gautam Gambhir has said. And a rain red alert warning has been issued for Uttarakhand. Landslide on Kedarnath highway. Pilgrims have been stranded. In Dehradun, areas have been inundated. Parts of Chamoli have been cut off. And a turning point as far as the US presidential race is concerned. Joe Biden withdraws from the US presidential race and he endorses VP Kamala Harris as the Democratic nominee. Kamala Harris will be easier to beat, is what Donald Trump is saying. Very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vadla. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including the monsoon session of the Parliament that begins, and all eyes on that budget that's going to be presented by the Finance Minister tomorrow. And to get more on this, we have Maria joining us from right outside the Parliament. Maria, is going to be very historic with the Finance Minister presenting the budget for the 7th consecutive time.
That's right, Divya, and all eyes will be on what Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has for her allies, particularly the TDP and the JDU. So we'll be watching out for the announcements which will be coming for the states of Bihar and also for the state of Andhra Pradesh. But today is the day of economic survey. The chief economic advisor of the government has submitted a report to the finance minister, and the finance minister will be laying that the economic survey in some time from now in both the houses of Parliament. The Parliament session has begun. Those visuals have started coming in from both the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha. But first up, what did the Prime Minister say in this customary soundbite? This was quite unlike the soundbite that he gave on the inaugural session, the first day of the inaugural session. He sounded very much the way he says the party and the government should be looking at the mandate of Modi 3.0. Let's listen in.
ये बजट सत्र है। मैं देशवासियों को जो गारंटी देता रहा हूं, क्रमशः रूप से उन गारंटियों को जमीन पर उतारना, इस लक्ष्य को लेकर के हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। ये बजट अमृतकाल का एक महत्वपूर्ण बजट है। हमें 5 साल का जो अवसर मिला है, आज का बजट हमारे उन 5 साल के कार्य की दिशा भी तय करेगा। और ये बजट 2047 जब आजादी के 100 साल होंगे, तब विकसित भारत का जो हमारा सपना है, उस सपने को पूरा करने की मजबूत नींव वाला बजट लेकर के हम कल देश के सामने आएंगे।
So the message here is of policy continuity. If you look at it, most ministers who have been sworn in the NDA 3.0. Okay, in fact, there's some action happening in the Lok Sabha. Let's listen in.
15 दिसंबर 1963 को पहला केंद्रीय विद्यालय स्कूल खोला गया देश के अंदर। उसके बाद आज तक देश के अंदर करीब 1253 स्कूल खोले गए हैं। बीते हुए 5 सालों की अगर मंत्री महोदय के जवाब के अनुसार बात करूं, तो 48 स्कूल नए खुले, जिसमें से राजस्थान प्रदेश को मात्र 2 स्कूल मिले हैं। जिस स्पीड से स्कूल पिछले 56 साल में खुले, करीब 22 स्कूल प्रति साल खुलते गए, और बीते हुए 5 साल में मात्र 2 स्कूल ही प्रति साल खुले। एक तो ये स्पीड बहुत ही कम हुई, और जो गाइडलाइंस बनाई गई थी, वो गाइडलाइंस 1963 के हिसाब से बनाई गई।
So the business of the House has begun. In some time, we can see Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman explain the health of the Indian economy in that economic survey, which will be tabled. Of course, it will be highlighting how the International Monetary Fund has upgraded its expectations of India's growth coming in financial year 2024-25. First, let's listen in from the Congress side, K.C. Venugopal, what he had to say minutes before the Parliament session began, and then I bring in the guests.
Let us see the economic survey. Basically, they delayed. It could have been come before the Parliament election. Anyway, let us see the economic survey. Then we will comment on that. There are lot many issues. Are there? NEET issue is still burning. NEET issue. Lot of controversies coming on the issue of publication of the results also, and the divisive agenda is already emerging, like Kanwar Yatra I told you. Jammu Kashmir is still having serious problems. Price rise is there very much. This type of, then Agniveer scheme issue is there. We ask the demand. There are a lot of burning issues are there. All the issues will be taken up.
Okay, so the opposition setting its own agenda. In fact, during the all-party meeting which was held yesterday, which was called by the government, the opposition did talk about a host of issues which they want to be discussed in this session of Parliament. It's a 3-week-long session, and then there will be a recess, and then monsoon session will reconvene again for another 3 to 4 weeks. But all eyes will be on the economic survey, because the opposition has been saying that the government is not presenting the right picture when it comes to the rural distress, when it comes to the employment generation. How many employment opportunities or jobs have been generated in the last 5 years is something that the economic survey will highlight upon, something that we have seen in the recent SBI survey as well. But Sajjan, policy continuity, yes, that is the big focus, because the Prime Minister also spoke about 2047, the Viksit Bharat mission, when India will be celebrating 100 years of independence. But today will also be about economic survey. There is a narrative which was built by the opposition, which is also of a distress, absence of jobs. And on the other hand, the government says that don't go with the CMIE data, go with the fact that there are infrastructure projects, that there are, that the highways and the roads and other infrastructure projects have been created. The airports are increasing, which essentially shows that employment opportunities are being generated.
Yeah, exactly. This is one good feedback that opposition is giving. There are indeed intense rural distress. Yes, the template of BJP government, not only at the center, but also at the state level, is to come up with a big infrastructure-led developmental model. That's there, and it do generate a sort of link economy, and that creates jobs. But the problem is that in the tier 2, tier 3 cities and the vast rural areas, the new generation, particularly the youths and across the gender, what they are craving for is the opportunities for new employment zones. And that is where the government needs to fill the gap. Mind it, government needs to come up with the enabling factor wherein vast area of the rural India, which is non-agrarian, because we assume that entire rural is as if agrarian. There is a vast area of rural India which is non-agrarian. Therein the MSME sort of initiatives, encouraging their startups and giving them financial support, infrastructure support. So little infrastructures dispersed across the rural area, and among that is needed. Second, the middle class also needs to be tapped in, because yesterday only 2 regulators, SEBI and RBI, has come up with a sort of concern that usually the middle class behavior is shifting from investing into saving account to more into some sort of a financial asset management like mutual fund, etc. And that shows the kind of a concern wherein the employment and income opportunities to the individuals are shrinking while overall growths are on a positive note. IMF has raised its kind of figure for India from 6.7 to 6.8. Similarly, India is expected to good, but that doesn't take into account the kind of massive rural churning which is there across the population demography, that they need more than safety net. They're not, gone are the days, early 2000s, when after 90s reform was the era when people wanted some sort of a safety net, and then came the free ration or very cheap ration. Now's the time the new generation want that is not enough. That safety net is a common denominator. What we want is the employment generation opportunities, and that doesn't need you have to create only at selected centers wherein people migrate, but go to their areas, primarily the rural areas, tier 2, tier 3 cities, and create employment, give them more incentives, give them supports, financial and infrastructure. So move beyond the big infrastructure. That should be the focus. And therein the opposition feedback should be taken quite seriously.
Yes, absolutely. And you know, that was something that we saw play out also during the elections. The opposition narrative did work on the ground. The anger among the farmers was also visible, particularly in Maharashtra. So what is the effort being made by the government to address the various income group concerns? That remains to be seen, Sajjan, be it, you know, the farmers or the women, because the budget, the household budget is a matter of concern again. But I'm looking at what the SBI said, Sajjan. The SBI said that India has created 4.7 crore jobs in financial year 24. That's what the SBI research is revealing. Again, there is an increase in labor force participation and rise in employment in construction activities. MSME employment has also surged past 20 crores, is what the survey says. All these details are coming even as the crucial economic survey will be presented. But various aspects of budget, various aspects of economy, all that will be something that will lead to government explaining its position. You know, the big thumbs up that is coming in from the IMF, it's also because there is a great degree of policy continuity. The ministers who have been sown in NDA 3.0 or Modi 3.0 have more or less the same portfolios. I mean, the Raisina Hill portfolios are the same. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is Finance Minister. Rajnath Singh is Defence Minister. Mr. Amit Shah is Home Minister, and also Dr. Jaishankar is the External Affairs Minister. So, you know, in terms of continuity, Railways again is with Ashwini Vaishnav. So, what are you expecting? What do you think will be the surprise factor tomorrow?
I think a surprise factor would be just some sort of a tweaking wherein government may try to, you know, give a feel-good factor. It will be more on the aspirational side. Do not expect that because of the opposition and because there are elections in Maharashtra, Haryana, primarily wherein the farmers are very organized. So I do not think the government is going to buckle down in terms of coming up with some populist measures, because what Indian economy needs is a structural interventions.
Okay, just hold on to your thoughts, Sajjan. Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan is speaking in the Lok Sabha. Let's cut across to it.
Honorable CJI is personally presiding over that bench, and with full responsibility I can say, in last, after NTA, more than 240 examination has been conducted, more than 5 crore students has been applied, and more than 4.5 crore students successfully participated in the examination. These are all facts and records.
Supplementary. Sir, in light of the severe breach in the examination process and the significant impact of over 24 lakh students, does the minister accept the responsibility for these failures? Given the gravity of the situation, the uphold accountability and integrity of the office, will the minister consider resigning?
Speaker, sir, I am here on the mercy of my leader, Prime Minister, sir. So, whenever accountability comes, my government is collectively answerable to that. Sir, regarding anomalies and some information of malpractices, yes, Speaker, sir, in the out of 4,700 centers, only due to proactive approach of Bihar police, only in one place in Patna and surroundings points, there is an incident of anomaly. Central Bureau of Investigation is getting into the details. Some action has been taken. Nothing is, when hiding nothing, everything is on record. Only singularly one incident is there. That is in around of Patna, and Bihar police and CBI are proactively taking action on that.
Dr. V. Kalanidhi.
Sir, it is unfortunate that the Honorable Prime Minister is not here for this discussion where this is of a national importance, sir. The Honorable Prime Minister was here. He could have waited for 5 minutes. Sir, I will tell you, sir, this NEET is a problem which is being faced in all states, sir, especially in Tamil Nadu. We have been, from its inception, we have been objecting to NEET, and we have said that decision to implement NEET should be given to the states, sir. The states should be allowed to decide whether NEET should be practiced in the individual states or not. Sir, we have asked a question if there is a proposal to scrap NEET, and that question is loaded with the deaths of so many students, sir. Starting from Anita, so many students have died because of this NEET exam, and they come out with a single line, sir. At present, there is no proposal to scrap the NEET UG examination. We probably should write it on their deathbed, sir. We should write it on the students' deathbed that the government is saying that we have no proposal to scrap this thing. Sir, I request that this government should scrap NEET. And you are talking so much about the constitution, sir. Sir, during the emergency, you are talking about Samvidhan and all those things. Sir, 1 minute, sir. I will finish.
Speaker, sir, with your permission, I would like to.
Okay.
Sir, I would like to submit in front of you, in front of this House through you, sir. Sir, let me inform this August House the background of the NEET. When this has been the singular all India examination pattern, when this has been decided. I am putting the facts in front of you. Sir, in 2010, for the first time, this decision has been taken by the then government. Sir, everybody knows in 2010 who was in the government, who has supported this government. First time in the 2010 this decision has been taken. Subsequently twice this issue has been raised in front of Honorable Supreme Court. Both the time Honorable Supreme Court has recommended for a single examination in all India level. At first, this examination was conducted by CBSE. Subsequently, the new agency, National Testing Authority, has been assigned to conduct this examination. This is a continuous process. From the 2010 onward, this debate is on. Those who have decided to conduct that examination in those days, today, due to political reason, they are putting fingers. Today, there is the categorical answer from government. Due to Supreme Court's guidance and the instruction, single examination, all India pattern examination is very successfully on. And regarding Tamil Nadu, sir,
question number 16.
Sir. No, how can
Same question. सर
एनके प्रेमचंद जी क्या आप प्रश्न नहीं करना एनके प्रेमचंदन जी
सर प्लीज सर the basic issue before us is the credibility of the competitive examinations has already been lost. So 24 lakhs of students have appeared for the NEET UG examination this time. The corruption has begins from the date of registration. Now this time the registration date has been extended, and for correcting the Aadhaar updation, that has also been extended, and the leakage of paper has also happened in Patna. And after all these things, now the future of the students is in big danger, and they are very much apprehensive. They are all approaching us as the people's representative. So the point is the CBI investigation is going on. So far, only one case is registered and one affair is registered. CBI investigation is going on, and a committee has also been constituted to look into it. So our case is whether, since it is a matter which is concerning the people at large, I think that this is the right forum by which this matter has to be discussed. So my question is, one question is regarding the centers of excellence like AIMS, JIGMA, AFC, whether a separate competitive test will be conducted, and in order to examine in detail whether a joint parliamentary committee be constituted so as to investigate into this matter. That is a specific question I am asking, sir.
Honorable Speaker, sir, as I said in my previous reply, there is a background why this pattern of NEET examination is conducted. With utmost respect to this House, I am again politely saying, due to different views, Honorable Supreme Court has categorically twice said this centralized examination pattern has to be there. regarding some anomalies, very government has nothing to hide. We have put all the facts in front of Supreme Court. Very right now, Supreme Court is hearing that case. It will be proper to just wait and watch what Supreme Court is giving instruction, and this house is open to any kind of discussion.
अखिलेश यादव जी 1 मिनट में सबका जवाब दूंगा आज। चलो बैठो।
अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं आपका धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। देश के बहुत महत्वपूर्ण सवाल पर आपने मुझे पूछने का समय दिया है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, ये सरकार किसी और का रिकॉर्ड बनाए ना बनाए, लेकिन पेपर लीक का रिकॉर्ड जरूर ये सरकार बनाएगी। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मुझे इसके बैकग्राउंड में नहीं जाना है कि
पूछें।
अध्यक्ष महोदय, मुझे बैकग्राउंड में नहीं जाना है कि कब कैसे किस संस्था को बनाया गया है। पूरे देश के छात्र इस पे आंदोलित थे। लगातार अखबार और सीबीआई की जांच के बाद चीज़ें सामने आ रही हैं, लोग पकड़े जा रहे हैं, जेल भेजे जा रहे हैं। मैं अध्यक्ष महोदय आपके माध्यम से पूछना चाहता हूं मंत्री जी से, क्या सेंटर वाइज जिन बच्चों को सबसे ज़्यादा नंबर मिले हैं, क्या उसकी सूची जारी करेंगे? 30,000 सीटें जहां हैं, कई सेंटर अध्यक्ष महोदय ऐसे हैं जहां 2,000-2,500 बच्चे पास हो गए हैं। सरकारी सीटें 30,000 हैं, कई सेंटर में 2,000 से ज़्यादा पास हो गए। कई प्रदेश के ऐसी जगह है जहां पर कुछ सेंटर से 600 से 650 से ज़्यादा सबसे ज़्यादा नंबर हैं। और अगर वो संस्था इतनी क्रेडिबल थी तो अध्यक्ष महोदय जिन सेंटर्स पे ये परीक्षा हुई उन सेंटर्स का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर क्या था? क्या मंत्री जी ने जानकारी की थी इस बात की? अध्यक्ष महोदय, मेरे आपके माध्यम से एक ही निवेदन है कि बिना ये मंत्री जी रहेंगे तो न्याय नहीं मिलेगा बच्चों को।
अध्यक्ष महोदय, आदरणीय अखिलेश जी की प्रश्न का मैं विनम्रता से उत्तर देना चाहूँगा कि अभी सुप्रीम कोर्ट में जो चल रहा है केस, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने ऑर्डर दिया पूरा विद्यार्थियों की सूची को वेबसाइट में उपलब्ध करा दो। सर, पिछले 3 दिन से देश भर की सारे विद्यार्थियों की लिस्ट पब्लिक डोमेन में उपलब्ध है। ये सारा चीज़ खुले पे है और कई प्रकार की तर्क आ चुका है। सर, मैं एक अभी उसमें केरल के विद्यार्थी भी अच्छे किए हैं, क्या हम ये कहेंगे भी वहाँ भी कुछ गड़बड़ी हुई थी? ऐसे आरोप करना, मैं देश की ग्रामीण इलाका, देश की एसटी इस बार सबसे अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस करने वाले देश की एसटी एससी ग्रामीण बैकग्राउंड आर्थिक पिछड़े लोगों की है। क्या हम उनकी मेधा को हम चुनौती देते हैं? और बाकी रहा क्वेश्चन पेपर लीक की, सर मैं शुरू से मेरा एक स्टैंड रहा, राजनीति नहीं करना, लेकिन अखिलेश जी जब वहाँ दायित्व में थे उस सुबह की सर सारे सूची है कितने बार उत्तर प्रदेश में क्वेश्चन पेपर लीक हुए हैं।
माननीय एक मिनट प्लीज, एक मिनट। राहुल गांधी जी, आप प्रश्न पूछना चाहते हैं?
Speaker sir, it's obvious to the whole country. It's obvious to the whole country that there is a very serious problem in our examination system. This is not just a question of NEET, it is in all the major examinations. Now, the minister has blamed everybody except himself, right? I don't even think he understands the fundamentals of what is going on here.
आप प्रश्न क्या है आपका?
आ रहा हूँ सर, ये मैं क्वेश्चन को सेटअप कर रहा हूँ।
प्रश्न पूछते हैं।
ये the issue is that there are millions of students in this country who are extremely concerned at what is going on and who are convinced that the Indian examination system is a fraud. That is what is at stake here. Millions of people believe that if you are rich and if you have money, you can buy the Indian examination system. And by the way, and this is the same feeling that the people in the opposition have. And that is why we are asking some very simple questions to Honorable Minister. Number one, as this is a systemic issue, what exactly are you doing to fix this issue at a systemic level?
Yes.
That's the first question.
ओके,
क्वेश्चन में चल रहा है
प्लीज। अब मैं मंत्री जी, मैं एक बार बोल दूं इस बात पे? चलो मंत्री जी, आप शॉर्ट में जवाब दो, फिर मैं बोल ही देता हूं। आज आप शॉर्ट में जवाब देना।
अध्यक्ष महोदय, मेरे जो शिक्षा है, मेरे जो संस्कार है, मेरे जो सामाजिक जीवन है, मेरे को मेरे राज्य की, मेरे सूबे की जनता की स्वीकृति मिली है। मैं किसी की, मेरे बौद्धिक और मेरे संस्कार की सर्टिफिकेट मेरे को सारी सदन में किसी से नहीं चाहिए। देश की प्रजातंत्र में चुन के मेरे नेता प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को प्रधानमंत्री की भूमिका दिया है। मैं उनकी निर्णय से यहाँ उत्तर दे रहा हूँ सदन को। बाकी ये कहना, चिल्लाने से सच झूठ नहीं हो जाएगा साहब। ये जो कहा गया, देश की अभी की एग्जामिनेशन सिस्टम रबिश है सर, इससे दुर्भाग्यजनक बयान देश की नेता प्रतिपक्ष का कुछ नहीं हो सकता है सर। मैं कठोर शब्द से इसको निंदा करता हूं। बाकी रहा, मैं सर आपके सामने, आपके माध्यम से देश के सामने सर एक तथ्य रखता हूं सर। जिन्होंने रिमोट से सरकारें चलाई है, 2010 में 3 बिल आया था सर शिक्षा सुधार के लिए। उन्हीं की पार्टी के नेता आदरणीय कपिल सिब्बल साहब 3 बिल लाए थे। उसमें से एक बिल था एजुकेशन, उसमें एक बिल था प्रोहिबिशन ऑफ अनफेयर प्रैक्टिस बिल 2010, जिसके उद्देश्य एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशन में माल प्रैक्टिस को बंद करना। सर मेरे सरकार की हिम्मत है, अभी हमने पब्लिक एग्जामिनेशन की रेगुलरिटीज में बिल लाए, कानून बनाए। क्या मजबूरी था कांग्रेस पार्टी की, क्या मजबूरी था नेता प्रतिपक्ष की? उन्होंने उस बिल को उल्टा किया, किसके दबाव में उल्टा किया? क्या निजी मेडिकल कॉलेज की दबाव में, उनकी घूसखोरी की दबाव में उन्होंने उस बिल को उल्टा किया था? सच सुनने की सामने ही है। ये मैं किसी की विद्वता में प्रश्न नहीं उठाता हूं, लेकिन सच 2010 में शिक्षा सुधार की बिल उन्हीं की सरकार ने लाया था, दबाव में उन्होंने उल्टा किया। ये हमको प्रश्न पूछते हैं।
एक मिनट प्लीज, मैं सबको मौका दिया, सबको मौका दूंगा। एक मिनट माननीय सदस्य, प्लीज 1 मिनट बैठिए। प्लीज बैठिए, आप पहली बार। हाँ 1 मिनट, रिकॉर्ड में नहीं जा रहा। कल्याण जी प्लीज, कल्याण जी प्लीज 1 मिनट प्लीज, 1 मिनट सबको मौका दूंगा। 1 मिनट प्लीज, 1 मिनट। माननीय सदस्यगण, विषय महत्वपूर्ण था, मैंने सबको अलाउ किया, लेकिन एक बार इस सदन के अंदर ये सार्थक चर्चा होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि प्रश्न ये था कि परीक्षाओं के विषय के अंदर, और आप सबको पता है देश में अलग अलग राज्यों के अंदर भी अलग अलग दलों की सरकार रही, और उन अलग दलों की सरकार में आपकी भी सरकार रही, अन्य दलों की सरकार रही। वहाँ भी कई बार प्रश्न लीक हुए, प्रश्न पत्र लीक हुए और परीक्षाओं पर प्रश्न उठे। मेरे सवाल, 1 मिनट मैं बता रहा हूँ जिसको, आप पूरी बात सुनिए मेरी। मेरा कहना ये है कि हम और उन 1 मिनट प्लीज बैठिए, 1 मिनट नीट नहीं, सारी हमारा सवाल ये है कि हम यहाँ इसलिए चिंता के लिए बैठे हैं कि भविष्य में हमारे विद्यार्थियों के भविष्य पर कोई विषय न उठे, इसलिए किस तरीके का मैकेनिज्म डेवलप करें, परीक्षाओं का क्या बेहतर सिस्टम डेवलप करें, इसमें सबके सुझाव आए ताकि भविष्य के अंदर, और उसके लिए जो उत्तम सुझाव हो सकते हैं सरकार भी उस उत्तम सुझावों को मानेगी। 1 मिनट, लेकिन हम अगर सारे परीक्षाओं पर सवाल उठाएंगे तो कई राज्यों में कई दलों की सरकार है जो परीक्षाएं आयोजित करती रहती है। हम सारी परीक्षाओं पर सवाल उठाएंगे तो जो बच्चे उत्तीर्ण होते हैं उनके भविष्य पर और भारत की परीक्षाओं पर, भारत की शिक्षण व्यवस्थाओं पर पूरे विश्व में एक बहुत गंभीर असर पड़ेगा, जो सदन की चिंता का विषय है। और इसके लिए सभी राज्यों ने अपने अपने यहाँ कानून बनाए, संसद ने भी कानून बनाए। कानून बनाने के अलावा इस विषय के अंदर एजेंसी जांच कर रही है, कोर्ट निगरानी कर रही है। हमारा सवाल ये होना चाहिए कि हम कैसे सकारात्मक रूप से सुझाव देकर इस सिस्टम को और बेहतर कर सकते हैं, ये होना चाहिए। आरोप प्रत्यारोप से सदन नहीं है। आप बेहतर सिस्टम डेवलप करो और कभी भी सारे एग्जामिनरों पर सवाल उठाना सदन के लिए उचित नहीं है। ये सदन इसके लिए है भी नहीं प्लेटफॉर्म। नो क्वेश्चन नंबर 3 श्री डी प्रसाद राव। प्रश्नकाल में सबको सवाल उठाने दिया और एक बार सवाल उठाने के बाद दोबारा नहीं उठाने दिया जाता। संसद नियम प्रक्रियाओं से चलती है और नियम प्रक्रियाओं से मैंने चलाया। श्री डी प्रसाद राव, प्रश्न नंबर 3। 9 मैंने सदन की चिंता सरकार को बता दी है और आप सबको बता दी है।
Speaker, thank you so much for allowing me to speak this important question. I am Prasad Rao from Chittoor constituency, Andhra Pradesh. Our beloved Honorable CM Chandrababu Naidu Garu has requested substantial financial support from the center to help reconstruct and rebuild the Andhra Pradesh.
एक मिनट प्लीज मानस, आप प्रश्न संख्या 3 है, पहले बोलो प्रश्न संख्या 3।
क्वेश्चन नंबर 3।
माननीय मंत्री जी, कोई दिक्कत नहीं, सब सीधे पहली बार आए। अब माननीय प्रश्न पूछें प्लीज सदस्य।
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak this very important question, Honorable Speaker. This is Prasad Rao from Chittoor constituency, Andhra Pradesh. Our beloved Honorable CM Chandrababu Naidu Garu has requested substantial financial support from the center to help reconstruct and rebuild the Andhra Pradesh, which is facing acute financial challenges, stalled infrastructure projects. In this context, Honorable Speaker, I would like to know from the Honorable Minister about the centrally sponsored schemes and the projects that have been stopped or discontinued in the state of Andhra Pradesh, along with the reasons for the same. The current state of the stalled or delayed schemes in the state and the reasons behind the halting and slowdown of these projects. On the reply given to the question, the unutilized certificate was not furnished. It was a general reply. I request Honorable Speaker to furnish the utilization certificate for the funds allotted to the Andhra Pradesh for the last 5 years. Thank you very much.
माननीय मंत्री जी।
अध्यक्ष महोदय, माननीय सदस्य ने जो ये बताया है कि माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी आए थे, मैं उनको बताना चाहता हूं कि इस आशय का पत्र माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने भारत सरकार को प्रस्तुत किया है और भारत सरकार की इस प्रकार के सभी अनुरोधों का परीक्षण कराने के बाद ही नियमानुसार कार्रवाई करती है तथा आंध्र प्रदेश के भी अनुरोध का भी इसी प्रकार से समुचित परीक्षण करके परीक्षण किया जाएगा। जहां तक केंद्र प्रायोजित योजनाओं का सवाल है,
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small-scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance आई सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
So the monsoon session of Parliament begins on a high note with the opposition questioning the government, and the government's response coming in from Dharmendra Pradhan, Education Minister, with regards to the NEET paper leak and the functioning of the National Testing Agency. So you heard some sharp reactions come in from Akhilesh Yadav, Samajwadi Party Supremo, also Rahul Gandhi, leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha, all of them questioning the manner in which the government has functioned and why paper leak concerns have not been addressed. Dharmendra Pradhan there giving some statistics to say that the entire issue is now before the Supreme Court and all efforts have been made to plug the leaks. But yes, this is a matter of concern, and for the first time inside Parliament we saw a small discussion though happen on the issue of NEET paper leak. Sumitra Goenka is also joining us. Sumitra, you know, the concern certainly is of ongoing examination, students not having faith in the examination process, the NTA under this entire cloud of inefficiency, and now this reaction or a first statement coming from Dharmendra Pradhan inside Parliament. Of course, the minister has spoken outside Parliament on multiple occasions, but this was important for him to set the record straight and put everything on record inside and on the floor of the House.
Yeah, Maria, good afternoon, good morning. So basically, I think this is a issue which is a very burning issue, especially amongst the students actually. And this has given a very bad hit to the government's image as well. Now, when we talk about NTA, the purpose by which the NTA was formed was to ensure that exams are conducted in a free and fair manner. And the purpose of this agency was to ensure this. And when we look at the tests which have been conducted, be it for NEET or be it for several others, like even JEE also, there have been certain questions which have been raised. And it is very important for the government to come clean here. The government needs to really look into it as to where are the gaps and why the doubts or aspersions have been cast upon it. The matter is getting discussed in the Supreme Court and many more things are coming out in the open. But the government and the minister himself needs to really take proper steps, and he needs to investigate this and figure out why these lapses, if any, have happened, or why the students have faced the issues which they have faced during this exams. The credibility of NTA has directly affected the credibility of the government. So I think this is a very serious issue. You cannot push it under the carpet, and corrective steps can be taken by the government to avoid any such future issues cropping up due to the acts of the NTA.
Yes, and all this is coming at a time when the Supreme Court is actually hearing a bunch of petitions which are seeking re-NEET, and another bunch of petitions saying that there is no need of re-NEET. So Sajjan, the House is divided, even the student community is divided. A number of those who have scored good marks and are qualifying for government colleges, because the counselling is going to begin in a couple of days from now, they are of the opinion that they should not be re-NEET. Why should all students be subjected to what is certainly a logistical challenge, with the NTA also saying around 400 crore will be spent. But talking about the entire discussion which has been there around paper leaks, it's not just about NEET paper leaks which has happened. It is almost like something that we see in every state of India. Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, and the government of the day doesn't seem to be, well equipped to handle it, even in the states.
Exactly, Maria. And if you take account of lots many informal conversation when you go to the field and talk to, I mean, this is not something which has come as a surprise. We do know that there are a lot of examination at various state level across India. And paper leak mafia, they operate as an organized industry who have access to the corridors of power and lots many other domains. So that has been the case. Now, therefore, the question is not just about one exam-centric solution, because NEET is one case. Already the government has cancelled the exam for the NET and ICSR, which is qualifying examination for lectureship in humanities, social science and sciences. So that already has been the case in UPSC also, something which has so much credibility. We are hearing about some sort of discrepancies about not being careful enough in scrutinizing the fake certificates or the false claims. So all these sort of things are emerging as a structural challenge. Now, if we see the debate in the parliament, it seems that with the new phase of a very acrimonious debate, where from the leader of opposition to the minister, questioning each other's personal credentials and the background, it seems that the referent are just the opposition and the treasury bench. What they are forgetting that at this stage, the referent should be the students, the youths, because when entire examinations credibility under the question, certainly the ones who are beneficiary of the exams, who are majority of them must have put in a lot of hard work. But trust deficit is something, and the youths are something that needs to be, their concern needs to be taken into account.
I agree with you completely, Sajjan, here. The spotlight should have been on the students, not about respective politicians. What it became about was about, the political tug of war, about your government versus my government, and rather than the issues of the students. The students are the focal point of this entire crisis. And if I were to quickly update as to what is happening inside the Supreme Court, Inside the Supreme Court, the Chief Justice of India has said, we do not yet have any evidence to indicate that the leak was so widespread and had spread across the entire country. Something that would be of relief to the government because and the National Testing Agency, because both these bodies have been suggesting that the leak has been largely localized, that it was not pan-India. But again, the larger question is, in the times that we live in the digital age, can anything be localized per se? Sumitra, a quick word and then we slip into a short break about the larger crisis, which is regarding the examination system in India.
Yeah, so Maria, I think, I have a child who has also appeared for the JEE exam, and we had kind of similarly faced the situation. So I can completely resonate with what the students are facing, where, either there is a when there is a news about a leak of paper, or when, certain centers have been benefited, or when there is an issue of non-transparency. See, one thing is very clear, that NTA till now had been very non-transparent in communicating what actually happened, and it was a very tough process to understand how they are declaring the result. One thing I want to tell you, that in this paper of NEET, you came to know about the issues because the marks were declared, but in certain other exams like JEE, the marks are also not declared. I mean the base marks, only the percentile is declared. So we need to actually understand the psychology of the students, rise above the political parties, and actually NEET is here to correct the system, because merited students are getting left out or discouraged, and they are falling out of the system.
Absolutely.
Because of this,
and you are speaking here as a mother.
Brain drain, which is happening. Students are going abroad to study, and they are not trusting the Indian system. So this is really a very serious issue, and I think a forensic audit has to happen here to figure out the exact reasons for why this entire...
All right, Sumitra and Sajan, thank you so much for joining us. The news and updates will continue on the other side, and I'll return at 12. Thank you so much for watching.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates.
Welcome back. Let's get you the latest from Karnataka, and after an uproar as far as that reservation for jobs for Karnataks is concerned. And now what we're hearing is in regard to Karnataka's proposal of making it a 14-hour day for people in the IT sector. So IT staff's working hours to go up to 14 per day, and it's the Karnataka State IT Employees Union that has gone on to say that this does not make any sense, which basically means that there will be people will be working for 70 hours a week. So major uproar. If implemented, the extended work hours will have the biggest impact as far as Bengaluru, the state capital known as the IT hub, is concerned. Let's also get you the latest from Uttarakhand. A red alert warning has been issued for the kind of rainfall that's expected in the coming 24 hours. Continuous rainfall in Dehradun has led to inundation of several places. Now, various roads have been flooded, and this is a landslide that's taken place on the Kedarnath highway. The highway has been blocked. Pilgrims have been affected by the situation there. Now, people are facing severe difficulties in commuting, and the Met Office has said that very heavy rain will continue at least over the next 24 hours. And let's get you the latest as far as Mumbai is concerned. After a red alert warning for Mumbai yesterday, the category is now reduced to orange. However, that means that heavy showers are expected not just today but all the way through Wednesday. The Mumbai metropolitan region was lashed by very heavy rainfall on Sunday. We're talking about over 100 millimeters of rainfall in various parts, whether it's Baikula, whether it's Santa Cruz, also other areas such as Jammu, where over 100 millimeters of rainfall was recorded till about 8:30 this morning, which led to severe waterlogging in various parts. However, the situation as of this morning is that multiple weather systems are affecting the region, which basically means there's a cyclonic circulation over northeast Arabian Sea along with the well-marked low pressure area during the ongoing monsoon season, amongst other weather systems that are impacting the coastline. And with that, we're slipping into a very short break. Back for the whole lot more. Do stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
And the monsoon session of Parliament has begun. While the economic survey will be tabled this afternoon, the budget will be presented tomorrow, and the opposition has raised the issue of the paper leak in the Parliament. It is Rahul Gandhi who has gone on to say that there is a problem in the exam system. Kargil Anniversary Silver Jubilee celebrations will take place in Dras, and the Prime Minister is expected to visit Dras for that 25th anniversary of the Kargil War memorial that will be taking place on the 26th of this month. NEET hearing in a top court, NEET hearing going on. This is in regard to various petitions that have been filed, including the scrapping of the exam altogether. Another terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir's Rajoori district. Fresh attack that's taken place on the, this is as far as the army camp is concerned, in which one soldier has been injured.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small-scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small-scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
And it is the opposition that raked up the issue of the paper leak in the monsoon session of the parliament that began this morning as Rahul Gandhi and Akhilesh Yadav attacked the government in that unprecedented leak, faced with an all-out attack by the opposition over the NEET issue and questions on whether the education minister will resign. He's gone on to say that there was no nationwide paper leak. Crucial NEET hearing taking place in the top court. The Chief Justice has gone on to ask about the paper leak before originally the May 5th exam date, but saying that no evidence yet of a nationwide leak. Monsoon session of the Parliament begins with the economic survey to be tabled this afternoon, the budget to be presented tomorrow. It's the opposition that's raked up the issue of NEET, but is also expected to bring up the issue of Manipur in the Parliament. And it's Prime Minister Modi's message for the opposition ahead of the budget session. He urged the opposition to let the House function, saying that the opposition is playing politics in Parliament, and that is unfortunate. Another terror attack has taken place in Jammu and Kashmir's Rajoori district. This is a fresh attack that's taken place with one soldier being injured during that attack that took place at an army camp. And the newly appointed coach of Team India, Gautam Gambhir, speaks on his equation with Virat Kohli. Questions are being raised regarding that equation. Now, he's gone on to say that he has an excellent relationship with Virat Kohli and his responsibility is to make a secure dressing room. Turning point in the US presidential election, while it's Joe Biden who's withdrawn from the US presidential race while endorsing his Vice President Kamala Harris as the Democratic nominee. Well, it is Donald Trump who's gone on to react, saying that it was the President Joe Biden who is is not fit to serve, is what he said. And also about Kamala Harris, he said she'll be easier to beat. Very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including my colleague Maria Shakil, who's joining us from outside the Parliament as the monsoon session has begun. Maria, quite a stormy start today. We did hear the Prime Minister urging the opposition to let the House function, and it is Rahul Gandhi and Akhilesh Yadav who are attacking the opposition, attacking the Education Minister, asking him if he'd resign.
Yes, that's right. Storm on the floor of the House and sweltering heat outside Parliament. And that's where Vasudha and I are coming to you live from. The Vijay Chowk is where we are. And yes, the monsoon session has begun on a stormy note. But during the question hour, we saw Dharmendra Pradhan answer the questions regarding the NEET exam and the functioning of the NTA, which was raised by Akhilesh Yadav, Rahul Gandhi, the leader of opposition, and other leaders as well. So, Vasudha, the Education Minister has responded to questions regarding NTA and the functioning of the body outside Parliament. He has held press conferences, he has given interviews, but this is for the first time he is speaking on the floor of the House.
Absolutely, Maria, that's right. This is not the first time that Dharmendra Pradhan did speak on NEET, but of course this is the first time that he did speak in detail about the NEET controversy in the floor of the House. And this happened also because, this was a question hour, and Akhilesh Yadav did speak about how the government is all set to make records in creating in paper leaks, and that is something that Mr. Pradhan took objection to. Rahul Gandhi said that, many people in the country feel that, the rich can game the system, the rich can actually get their children into the system, and how the exam system of the country is completely compromised. And that is also something that Mr. Pradhan took offense to. Incidentally, the Supreme Court is also hearing the case today, and we're expecting a verdict to come out today. And there are a couple of points that Mr. Pradhan made which are very important. One, he said that he takes complete responsibility and says that there has been no leak, in the last 7 years. In fact, he hinted at the fact that it's been a localized problem. He said that all that happened is around Patna, and the police is already looking into this matter. He also said that, these are reforms that were generated by the government. Remember, NTA came into force in 2017. Before that, CBSE used to handle 20 competitive examinations. It was difficult, and it was on the mandate of a Supreme Court that everybody agreed with, that some centralized professional examinations have to be dealt with properly, which is why the NTA as a body came into being. So he, in some ways, justified the reason for NTA being there, and he also said that there's been no paper leak. That's one thing that he said, and most importantly he said that the Supreme Court is hearing the case, which is why it is better to wait and
the final verdict
and the fact that the government has nothing to hide. That's what he said today.
So that's how it played out on the floor of the Parliament. Let's listen in to the sound bites which came in earlier today. Akhilesh Yadav, leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, and of course Education Minister responding to both the leaders.
The issue is that there are millions of students in this country who are extremely concerned at what is going on, and who are convinced that the Indian examination system is a fraud. That is what is at stake here. Millions of people believe that if you are rich and if you have money, you can buy the Indian examination system. And by the way, and this is the same feeling that the people in the opposition have. And that is why we are asking some very simple questions to Honorable Minister. Number one, as this is a systemic issue, what exactly are you doing to fix this issue at a systemic level?
Yes. अध्यक्ष महोदय, मुझे बैकग्राउंड में नहीं जाना है कि कब कैसे किस संस्था को बनाया गया है। पूरे देश के छात्र इस पे आंदोलित थे। लगातार अखबार और सीबीआई की जांच के बाद चीज़ें सामने आ रही हैं, लोग पकड़े जा रहे हैं, जेल भेजे जा रहे हैं। मैं अध्यक्ष महोदय आपके माध्यम से पूछना चाहता हूं मंत्री जी से, क्या सेंटर वाइज जिन बच्चों को सबसे ज़्यादा नंबर मिले हैं, क्या उसकी सूची जारी करेंगे? 30,000 सीटें जहां हैं, कई सेंटर अध्यक्ष महोदय ऐसे हैं जहां 2,000, 2,500 बच्चे पास हो गए हैं। सरकारी सीटें 30,000 हैं, कई सेंटर में 2,000 से ज्यादा पास हो गए। कई प्रदेश के ऐसी जगह है जहां पर कुछ सेंटर से 600 से 650 से ज्यादा सबसे ज्यादा नंबर हैं।
There is no evidence of paper leak in last 7 years in any numbers. So there are incidents. Already this case, right now, Speaker sir, this case is going in front of Honorable Supreme Court. All the things has come out. Every question has put in front of Supreme Court. Honorable CJI is personally presiding over that bench, and with full responsibility I can say, in last, after NTA, more than 240 examination has been conducted, more than 5 crore students has been applied, and more than 4.5 crore students successfully participated in the examination. These are the all fact and records. Whenever accountability comes, my government is collectively answerable to that.
Dr. Latika Gupta, who is an educationist. We also have Sanchita Mukherjee, business economist, managing partner of Talk the Walk. That's an interesting name there, certainly. Sanchita, we are usually used to talking about walking the talk, but then talking the walk is interesting. So I'm coming to you in just a bit because the economic survey has been tabled as well. Economic survey, Vasudha, has been tabled in both the houses. We'll try and get details. But just before the economic survey was tabled, some good news came in for the government from the International Monetary Fund, which actually said that the overall growth forecast for India is almost touching double digit.
Absolutely. And you know, this time, while the economy is also stable, we also have more dividends from the RBI. So that means, in very simple words, the government has more money to spend, which means that it could be increasing its social security network. At the same time, could also be giving a lot of impetus to growth and, most importantly, jobs, something that has been central to the Prime Minister's vision of 2047. He's been saying this continuously, that he's working 24/7 for the 2047 vision of Viksit Bharat. Before tabling the economic survey, Maria Nirmala Sitharaman, who's about to create history by presenting the 7th consecutive union budget tomorrow, she said that a lot of steps have been taken on ease of doing business. Nearly 11 steps have been mentioned in reply, but most importantly, decriminalizing 63 offences, and as a result, many companies today are able to carry on their functions without the worry of compliance. This also shows that MSMEs, which actually carry out 45% of our exports, will be central to the budget because a lot of it will be focused on ensuring their access to international markets. Well, the economic survey, will get to know those details in a bit. That will also point to some glimpse as to what the political state of our economy is, and more importantly, what indications could be there for the coming year.
Yes, absolutely. And it will be also able to counter, if any, what the narrative of the opposition has been with regards to job creation or job losses, and particularly the rural distress. But before we talk about economy, Dr. Latika, I'm coming to you. We heard the questions being asked because the opposition had been demanding that there should be a day-long discussion on the overall examination mess across India, not just NEET paper leak, but it was a discussion on NEET which happened, a brief discussion during the question hour. But the larger question is, politics aside, did the politicians actually manage to make the students, the primary stakeholders here, the central point or the focal point, or did it become about political tug of war?
I think it was very much a political tug of war. Nobody is discussing the whole idea of how do you select professionals to play key roles in society. NEET selects doctors. Similarly, the exam for selecting university professors was compromised. So other than this, organizational issue, conduct issue, I've been raising this voice that we need to really re-examine the whole idea of a testing agency. And this is also a result of a flawed obsession with the American system. If you see the reports of commissions that came out in the 70s, 80s, you find the mention of National Testing Service, National Testing Agency in all those reports. People who went to America got charmed by this idea. But in a diverse country like India, where the education system, language, teaching, the professional opportunities, all are so varied and diverse, one agency cannot really address this. In fact, this one agency system has killed the education system. If you see, NEET aspirants don't even really go to school. Middle class parents take pride in saying that, my child doesn't go to school at all because he or she, my child is preparing for NEET or JRE. So this borrowing of idea is highly...
Not just NEET. Not just
I'm
NEET.
talking
Over
about all.
20 examinations are conducted by NTA.
Yes, without any expertise.
And the National Testing Agency or Authority has actually been questioned in terms of, the entire structural changes or functionality of this body has now been put on the radar. I mean, there is a high-level body which is now looking into what are the changes which are needed for the National Testing Agency to become more transparent. But the question is, soon after that report is submitted, that we'll get to know how soon the entire process will be cleaned up. But because right now there is a hearing which is going on in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is also highlighting the fact that, and has questioned the government rather, that was the leak localized. My question is, can a leak be localized really?
No, and especially in today's day of, day and age of digital media, it can never be, we can never be complacent or overconfident it was a localized need. And how do you really assess that it was a localized need, a leak? Do you trust the ones who were corrupt? Are we trusting their word that, I gave the paper to only 20 or these 20 or these 30? It's really a very complex situation, and we shouldn't be smug, we shouldn't congratulate ourselves, we shouldn't satisfy ourselves by saying that this was a leak which was only in Patna or here or there. One center in Haryana was also compromised for whatever problems, conduct problems. But Maria, without naming these issues, because I work with young people, I work with students at the university, I want to say that there have been such personalized reports in the last 5 years. When you go with computer tests, there are people who impersonate, and state governments have actually caught them, but they're not talked about widely. And so this report that it is only this year is not really a good report. It has been happening. There are many other exams in which the conducting agencies, the systems, the sangatans had said, people knew inside those systems that this had happened, but they kept quiet. So we need a much detailed investigation. The investigation has to really create a much wider network, that how many professional level exams, the educational level exams have, fallen victim to this idea that one agency can reach out in the entire country and conduct it, and that agency is not a professionally sound agency. It doesn't have testing experts, it doesn't have subject experts, it doesn't have teachers at all, neither school teachers nor university teachers.
If it doesn't have the expertise, yes, Dr. Latika, if the NTA doesn't have the expertise, then perhaps the new body which has been created, which also has the former AIIMS director, Dr. Guleria, in it, will be able to answer these questions, that it is not really a fit body, what are the challenges because of the sheer scale on which this examination is conducted, the challenges particularly keeping in mind the dark web or the dark net, is that being really ignored? But first, a quick update that is coming in from the Supreme Court. The Solicitor General has in fact said that there were 3 centers in Jhajjar. One center received the Canara Bank paper without any issue. In another 2 centers, once the mistake was realized, the wrong paper was taken back mid-exam and replaced with the correct one. Consequently, students claimed that they did not get the full time, which was also true. Then why were the grace marks given? Something that has been asked repeatedly. And that discrepancy with regards to grace marks, the government has been saying has been corrected because there was a retest which was ordered of 1,563 students. Can we expect an order from the Supreme Court today? Because the government is keen on conducting counselling of all those who have qualified, which are roughly around 2 lakh students of the 23 who appeared in these examinations, who will be getting government colleges and also private colleges. And counselling is something that will give them clarity as to which is the college that they will be beginning their, the MBBS course from. We'll try and connect with Sunil Prabhu in just a bit, but a word from Sanchita, who's also joining us. Sanchita, a word from you on what are you expecting in terms of the economic survey? Because I'm looking at what the government had said with regards to when much before the survey was tabled and some data had emerged in the public domain with regards from coming in from the SBI in particular, which had showed that it's not all gloom and doom with regards to the jobs. That the SBI research paper in fact revealed that India had created 4.7 crore jobs in financial year 24.
Thank you so much for having me over. And yes, expecting a lot of discussion on the economic survey that is bound to be tabled in a couple of minutes on actually investments in the job sector, in creating more jobs in the education system, the healthcare, all of that, which have been lagging vis-a-vis other sectors which have been opened up in the last 10 years, like defense, manufacturing and all of that. Yes, so look forward to that. I think what the economic survey, what we expect, and even from the budget, which will be presented tomorrow, would be, first of all, the capital expansion and investment in infrastructure should continue with the government of India. Because let's understand, with every 1 rupee investment into the infrastructure manufacturing, it creates a huge multiplier effect, especially in the small and medium sectors, in the unorganized sectors in the job market. When you quoted the SBI report, that mostly talks about the formal sector, which is the organized sector. There is a lot of layers and deep diving that needs to happen on the unorganized sector, especially in the small and medium enterprises, which are there on the unorganized sector, the microcap companies, and the need to have investment in skill-based, project-based education.
We'll come back to you. We'll come back to you because we have now got the economic survey, which actually says that the Indian economy is on a strong wicket and stable footing, demonstrating resilience in the face of geopolitical challenges. It goes on to say that the Indian economy has consolidated its post-COVID recovery with policymakers, fiscal and monetary, ensuring economic and financial stability. So certainly it is actually starting on a very, very optimistic note. But a word from Sunil Prabhu, who's joining us from the Supreme Court. Sunil, should we expect a verdict from the Supreme Court today itself, or will this hearing continue?
Well, I think there will be a decision, because I think the Chief Justice of India, as well as his bench, is what it's attempting to do is to find out whether it is a widespread leak or not. Looking at the data, looking at the various investigation reports, the petitioners are putting their points across, and threadbare the Supreme Court is going through that in a very detailed manner. It is trying to convince itself that should the re-examination be done. As the Chief Justice himself said, re-examination is the last option. It seems unlikely at this present stage that they believe that it should be completely redone for 24 lakh students. But the petitioners are continuing to press, showing the various anomalies that have taken place, be it Can Bank or State Bank of India, the leakage process, the 25 students, the investigating process. So all those aspects have to be looked at. And one very critical question that the Chief Justice of India, what time did it get leaked? Because through the various procedures, it's not gone through the strong rooms of the State Bank of India and other banks. It's done prior to that. So it's in that aspect that the Chief Justice and his bench continue to ask questions. Let's hope that today there will be a final order, even though they have sought further clarifications from the Solicitor General and the government and the NTA lawyers.
Yes, and Sunil, the government has shown its intent clearly that they will be beginning the counselling process, and for that the hearing has to come to an end. There are a number of students who are not in favour of re-NEET, a number of petitions in favour of re-NEET, so the House is clearly divided on that side. But if there is a localized leak. What is likely to happen?
Well, when you say localized leak, it relates to your state, Bihar, and then also the neighboring state, Jharkhand. So is it localized? Then there are some people who have come from Rajasthan who have helped to install the papers. And was this, completely foolproof? These are the question marks. Did they give it to various other students? Did that get viral? These are the various aspects that have to be looked at. And that's the reason why the Chief Justice of India is continuing to ask in his bench searching questions prodded by the petitioners, because these are, as the Supreme Court itself observed, even if there was a 0.01%, as they said, of a leakage, this is going to affect society. These are future doctors. These are people who have come through unfair means and are becoming doctors today. What will happen to us in the future? They might be treating you and me in the many years to come. And the society at large. This has a huge ramifications, and this, as has been pointed out by the petitioners, has been happening on a continuous basis. For example, the key for the Canfin, where the paper had happened in this Center for Judges, just to give our viewers a viewpoint. That has not been released so far. So these are aspects that need to be looked at. The wrong question paper was given. That might be, confined to one small part, but I think overall the Supreme Court is trying to get a wind of that entire procedure. It's difficult to say whether they'll take a call today, but yes, there is definitely a lot of pressure on the Chief Justice and his bench to take a final call on this matter.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us, Sunil. So a final call or a final decision likely from the Supreme Court today on the NEET hearing, which is ongoing in the Supreme Court. The Solicitor General has presented the government's viewpoint, and the NTA is being represented as well. We are slipping into a short break. After that, we'll get you details of the economic survey which has been tabled in the Lok Sabha.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ये आया बात पैसाबाजार.com।
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Okay, so we have now the details of the economic survey which has come in, and we'll try and connect with the reporters who will try and break it down for us. So the details of the economic survey which are there with us essentially talks about how the economy is on a stable and strong wicket. And as far as other parameters are concerned, be it job creation, the economic survey has responded to it. It has also said that there is a surge in agriculture employment, which is partly explained by reverse migration and the entry of women into the labor force in rural India. It has gone on to talk about, it has essentially talked about other aspects. The private sector capital information has been at a slower pace, but the total number of factory jobs has grown substantially and has grown annually by 3.6% between financial year 14 and 2022. Let me bring in Sanchita. Sanchita, a big takeaway according to you in this economic survey? Sanchita, if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you. What's the question again?
And I said the big takeaway according to you in this economic survey.
All right. My salient points to take home is yes, definitely. I think the world now recognizes India's stable and strong footing with respect to the economic growth. IMF, World Bank, all of our stakeholders are very, very clear as Indian growth to be very stable and strong despite very adverse global situations. But I think the economic survey, which is being tabled as we speak, breaks down into a lot of aspects of the economy, very critical aspects, which will also be presented tomorrow in the budget date, which is your infrastructure spending, meaningful infrastructure spending, spending on manufacturing, on different aspects of manufacturing, the new age businesses. And also, I think it would ideally be talking about the job creation and employment opportunities. And for that to happen, I have my hopes that they would be talking about investments in education, because let's understand, in India, while formal organized sector, the job opportunities have increased, and that is shown as per the SBI report, there is a lot which is still prevailing in the woods when it comes to the unorganized sector, especially in the small and medium enterprises, in the micro caps, in the unorganized sector. There are pockets of unemployment. In fact, there are pockets of structural unemployment. You know, I was just reading a report a few days back which stated financial services industry, you know, the industry that I'm a part of, had created last year 46.86 lakh jobs, and only 27.5 lakh people were placed, which clearly shows that 18 lakh jobs went vacant because the skill set wasn't there. You know, there's no skill-based, project-based education. So hoping that the economic survey tables this as well, looks at the healthcare investments, the education, along with infrastructure, manufacturing, defense manufacturing, overall growth of the economy.
And another takeaway certainly is that the inflation rate is largely under control. And although the inflation rate of some specific food items is elevated, Sakshi, who tracks Finance Ministry for us, is also joining us. Sakshi, the big takeaways of the economic survey according to you?
That's right. Well, the big takeaway is really the FM tabling that economic survey in Parliament, and clearly the economic survey stating that the Indian economy continues to expand, remains on a strong wicket and a stable footing at large. Those really are the key takeaways. However, the survey also mentions that sustaining overseas investor interest will require some effort. Like you rightly mentioned, also inflation largely under control, although some food prices continue to surge. So really, those really are the key takeaways as far as the growth picture and inflation picture of the state of the Indian economy is concerned at large. Like you mentioned, of course, all eyes on the budget next, and really what will that unfold come tomorrow morning. But clearly stating here that, look, growth is upbeat, inflation is largely under control. Sanchita, your first thoughts, because of course we have been talking about inflation in the last few weeks. Your first thoughts on the acknowledgement on inflation and food prices surging in particular.
Thank you so much, Sakshi. Yes, definitely. I think inflation is something that the government as well as the RBI is very, very watchful upon, because as we did not really predict, the monsoons have been uneven across states. Some states have gotten so far in excess of the monsoon and some states haven't, are in deficit. So it has been an uneven distribution, which clearly and directly affects the food prices. So yes, I think the central bank would be very mindful of that fact. Budgetary expectations, like you rightly mentioned, along with the economic survey, I have 5 points. I think the government will definitely focus on spending on the capex and the public's capex as well as infrastructure, because every 1 rupee spent on the infrastructure capex would contribute to a multiplier effect. Having said that, the government will also look at elevating more consumption power in urban as well as rural. So rationalization of taxes, understanding that our middle class has expanded. There's a new definition of middle class. We cannot be sticking to old tried and tested definitions of middle class and standard deductions and all of that. There has to be a very good relook at the tax slabs, make it simpler, no old regime, new regime, make standard deductions way more simpler, and also the GST rationalization that will go a very long way in benefiting the end customer. You know, volume consumption will increase, and that will end of the day benefit the government as well, right? So rationalization of taxes, capital gain taxes, infrastructure spending, focus on education and healthcare. Now, if you're talking about a long road in which we have to double our GDP from 4 trillion economy to an 8 trillion economy, we can only do that if we have skill-based education system, healthcare system, which caters to employment opportunities in the long run.
You know, one important aspect which the government has been largely speaking about is essentially that there are employment opportunities being generated, but it is not being calculated by the CMI data. If you look at one of the points or one of the paragraphs in the economic survey, Sakshi, and if you can add some thoughts to it, it says that the annual survey of unincorporated enterprises for 2022-23, when compared with the results of the NSS, that is NSSO survey, 73rd round of key indicators of unincorporated survey, actually says that there has been an 11.1 overall employment in these enterprises fell from 11.1 crore to 10.96 crore. And there was a reduction of 54 lakh workers in manufacturing as well. But the expansion of the workforce in trade and services gained in jobs limited the overall reduction in the number of workers in unincorporated enterprises. So, you know, this aspect, again, something that the government says is not calculated, as they have used the phrase unincorporated enterprises.
That's right.
How should we be looking at this, Sakshi?
That's right, Maria. Very interesting that you raised that there. I was just looking at that as one of the highlights in the economic survey. And NDTV has been speaking to analysts and economists throughout really the past few months and weeks. And what really is emerging from this is the fact that, look, the organized sector or the formalization of employment is often not factored in. There is a large chunk of employment in the unorganized sector, and that really is not calculated. And more than half the time, economists and analysts believe that if that were calculated, or if there was some way of organizing that, really, things would be very, very different. So that's as far as what analysts and economists have been telling us past few weeks and past few months really. But the economic survey also saying that, look, shocks and not structural forces have influenced employment, and very clearly stating that, look, employment generation is a real bottom line for the private sector. So the acknowledgement there that, look, this is the need of the hour. The private sector has to look at this as something very, very crucial going forward. But the fact that, like you mentioned, more often than not, there is an unorganized sector both in urban and rural parts of our country, and employment there is often not factored in.
And agriculture, as is being pointed out here, Sanchita, come in on this point. The economic survey says that the agriculture sector is one area ripe for and in need of such a pan-India dialogue. Agriculture and farmers matter for a nation, and then it goes on to say that the government offers them a minimum support price, as we know about it, on 23 selected commodities. But agriculture as a farm, can the farm sector be the savior, it says? And a return to the roots is what the policy making should be going ahead. I think, that focus again on farmers will mean, that certainly is reflected with the fact that the person who's helming this ministry is a four-term chief minister who has also handled a crucial farmers' protest which happened in Madhya Pradesh. So Shivraj Singh Chauhan's role becomes important going ahead because there is a spotlight on agriculture, a separate paragraph which has been dedicated to it in the introduction as well.
Yes, I completely agree with you. But cutting across the political narrative, I think what is very crucial in India, which largely depends itself on agricultural produce, agricultural employment opportunities, this increasing trend of going into urbanization because